Oh, hello there, you lovely creatures of the universe. Who's feeling ready? It's been a while, hasn't it? I'm feeling ready. Let's start.
If you care about me at all, you should focus on your problems, not putting the blame on me. So I won't pick up your call, I don't wanna talk about it. You know that we disagree. You always have to have the last word, don't you? Or you do things that you regret. Maybe you can find somebody new, somebody who knows just what to do. When you get all fired up and you hit where you know it will hurt the most. Somebody who see what you see, but it won't be me.
What's up, nerds? How's everybody doing? Oh, it's good to see ya, friends! It's been a while. We got quite a show. We got Hannah Plays D&D with us today. It's gonna be her first time on a stream. Can you believe it? Oh ho ho! Yes, yes, yes. What's up, chat? How's chat going? Oh, look at these glorious people. Look at these wonderful. Oh. Magnificent. Glorious. Why is my mouth in so many of the shots tonight? Oh boy. Where's chat? I gotta be able to see you. I can't see you. There you are. Who's here? We got some new people. Gina, what's up, Gina? Bildo, Zeke. Hi, lovelies. Hi. Forehead shot. Oh, shit. Everything's getting weird. That was hectic. Sorry about that. All right. Everybody calm down. Calm down for a second, friends. Jeez Louise. Oof, my goof. Hi. How long has it been since we had a stream? A while, right? What's up, Michal or Michael? What's up, Bildo? What's up, Emily? What's up, Random Gamer? What a random gamer. Friends. Listen. We're going to be doing a call-in show today. Okay, so in a moment, I'm going to bring on a friend of mine, an internet friend of mine. They go by the name Hannahplaysdnd. Fantastic TikToker. You can find her link for her Instagram and her TikTok in the description. But here's the deal, guys. We got to talk for a second. Come here. We got to talk. Come here. We got to talk for a second. It's her first time on a stream. Okay, so think about it like this. Most of the folks that watch my show, we're here to talk about homebrew. We do homebrew reading. You know it, I know it. What is the goal of reading someone's homebrew the first time they share it? Do you guys know? Discord link's not working. I'll fix the Discord link. But answer my question. What is the goal when it's someone's first time on being reviewed? What do we want to accomplish? To tell them it's bad? No, that's not the goal. Bildo, you know that. What's the goal? What's the goal? Come on, chat. Coddlesworth, yes. The goal the first time that... Come on, camera. The goal the first time we have someone... we look at someone's homebrew. The goal is to make them want to write more homebrew. Let me fix my fucking camera. So... what does that mean the goal is tonight with our first time friend on stream? Chat. It means the goal is we want to encourage them to do this more. So don't be a dick. Be nice or I'm going to beat you up. Okay? I'm going to go back into normal mode soon, but I just needed to tell you we're just laying it out there. We're encouraging. You know, we are a support group. Let me fix the Discord link. Sorry. I had to yell for a minute. Okay. And I probably should put the Discord at the top. Right. All right, let me get Hannah. Oh, I'm excited. This is going to be fun. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Okay, save. All right, so if you refresh the channel, y'all should be good. All right, I'm going to say goodbye to you now, and I'm going to go grab my buddy, Hannah. All right, 1 second. Oh, she's here, but not me. She can't see me yet. Let me fix it first. I got to say goodbye. 1 second. All right, now I leave here. Now I come back here. Hello, Hannah.
Hello.
I gave them... Here. Boom! Now you're on camera. Look at that. We're ready to go.
Let's go.
Oh, man. First of all, hi. Welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks for having me.
We have been friends on TikTok for a while, right?
Yeah, I think you were probably one of the first D&D people that I followed, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, I accept. But don't give me too many compliments. I'm not good at them.
Sorry, I'll stop.
But I
want
to... Okay, calm down. When so there are a lot of people that make the nonsense that we make, the chitter chatter, the space filler. And one of the things that I think I really like about the stuff that you make is that it is a Venn diagram of things. You are showing you first of all, you do something that like maybe other creators do, but you're the first one that I really noticed, where you sort of are like showing your first time doing a lot of stuff. Like you did a video like, here's my first time making a map. Here's my first time doing this. And I feel like a lot of the time when you're watching creators do stuff, it's like, here's this fantastic, amazing thing, and I'm so good at it, and here's 1,000 things that I've made. So I don't know, as somebody who also, I never make maps and things like that, whenever I connect with it and I appreciate the journey through those sorts of things. How long have you been a D&D person? I've
been a D&D person since, I think honestly, just a little bit before COVID. My dad was like super into it. He had like all the old module books from like when they first came out and that kind of thing. But I never thought like I would do it myself necessarily until we were all really, really bored during COVID. Mm-hmm. I ended up moving during COVID and now we had no Wi-Fi for 2 weeks stuck in a house, which is a terrible combination of things. So I was like, screw it, I'm gonna try. Yeah. And I did. And here I am like 3-4 years later.
So that was with your family that you played for the first time in COVID? And you were the dungeon master?
I was the dungeon master. And my family is full of a bunch of theater kids, so it was just pure chaos. Who
was your first villain?
I actually do remember my first...
Who was your first villain?
His name was Ymik the Conqueror, I think.
Ymik?
He had like 2 arms coming out his either side, but I also, for some reason, he had an arm right out of his chest that my sister, because my younger sister just giggles at everything. So me like imitating like her like cutting off this like giant troll arm, and what was the voice I did? I think I was something along the lines of like, I am Ymik the Conqueror, and just like
he's like a little Yiddish.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's just a guy, And they absolutely destroyed him. And like he just kept sprouting new arms, and that was my first villain.
Okay, wait a minute. He had what? He sprouted new arms?
He sprouted new arms because it was like a pseudo Hydra like troll hybrid, because I didn't know how the game worked, and then like I was just kind of like, this would be kind of funny.
Wait, that's cool. That's actually really cool. So did he get did he change mechanically as he grew new arms?
Yeah, so like he would have disadvantage depending on where the arms were sprouting out of. So like if he was all right side, then like if you're attacking from this side, you get advantage, was my thought. Which I think for the first time, it went well.
No, that's great. You could also go in the other direction with that, right? Like it could be like every time he gets a new arm, he starts having more and more attacks. So he has 2 attacks, and then new arm 3 attacks, new arm 4 attacks.
But at a certain point,
that'd be
like I feel
dangerous.
like arms, like you'd end up like falling over. Maybe like they start doing like rock paper scissors or something like
no,
that.
that's it. You're right. Okay, wait a minute. You're right, because it would get too many and it would start falling over. That it would be like the boss phase change. So phase 1 is he would be growing arms, getting more attacks. Phase 2, he has too many arms, he falls over and he just becomes like a ball of arms.
It's like that. Did you ever watch Labyrinth? The one scene where like she goes down the thing and there's all those arms. It's kind of like that.
Yeah. Oh my god. That's such a good idea because first of all, it's a good idea because it would just work, but also it's a good idea because initially it would be quite funny because it's like he's falling over and you're like, oh, it's goofy, stumbly bad guy, and then it becomes like that eldritch wall of arms, like not funny anymore. Okay, it becomes the meme of the girl being like, okay, bye.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that was my first monster. It wasn't like cool or anything or well built in any way. It was just that's funny.
It doesn't need to. Okay, nothing it needs. The thing is, nothing needs to be anything, right? Like as long as it's fun. But what a cool way to get through the beginning of COVID. I wish that my family was so eager to hop into some weird monster stuff. That sounds like, I don't know. There's a little bit of magic in that. Did that game, like how long did that game last?
Just for like a couple of sessions, and then my mother kept falling asleep, and she's like, I don't understand the game. I don't know what ice things do.
That sounds like my dad.
So I still occasionally DM for I have 2 sisters, so I occasionally DM for them like one shot. So, like we did a one shot or something like a week or so ago when we were all together, and we did like a short walkthrough of like the Witchlight Carnivals. I have like a one shot that I built out of that, and they played that, and it was just absolute chaos. My wee sister played Jafarios Bizarrios, and
that's a good name, dude. That's a good name.
I didn't realize that she was doing a pun on Jeffrey Bezos because her entire character was a Nepo baby, and it took the entire way through to realize that it was just one bit.
To be fair, doing a bit name that takes the whole campaign to get, I think makes it a bigger than the sum of its parts thing. Like it makes it almost bigger than a bit because the bit worked so well, you know?
Yeah, mad
respect to the sister. That's good.
I have another one of those where I think I Am a Tree Backwards was one that was given to me, and it literally took me 3 sessions to figure it out. And I've never had so much joy in a room after that reveal.
The biggest pun type thing that I ever did was in a home game that I was running for some people. Also a COVID thing, but not together, people all living around the place. I have a couple friends who are in like bands and stuff, so they are traveling far away. So I ran a game for them for a while, and it was exactly the plot of the movie Jaws, to the point where every single NPC was named after basically characters in it. They had to stop a bunch of shark people before the big festival, and the mayor was trying to keep the beaches open, and there was the creepy old guy with the hook who was like the weird monster hunter, and they didn't notice until I had some character say like, we're gonna need a bigger boat, and they basically hung up on the Discord call because it was like a pretty involved campaign. Like they all had like pretty intense, emotionally like resonant characters. So they were, I think they were, I don't know, a little offended that the foundation of this game that they cared about so much was a stupid joke, stupid Jaws joke.
I kind of love that, but that's amazing.
Sometimes I think that that's the best way to figure out like what kind of campaign you want to run is by taking some inspiration from some goofs and gaffs. I'm running a home game right now that is essentially Jurassic Park mixed with what's the bird chaser, the Mockingjay? What's that series called? No, it's like the Hunger Games. Hunger Games plus Jurassic Park is basically the home game I'm running right now. And it's great. I love it.
You have to explain that combination to me because that sounds absolutely amazing.
Each of the players represents sort of a badass from a very different sector of the world, and they have been put into a giant battle arena where there are monsters, and they have to fight each other and the monsters to win. But the plot is that they're deciding to like work together and try to beat the game. But it's weird because I can like meta game a lot of stuff where you can sort of do this thing where you can almost make it more video gamey, and the more video gamey you make it, the weirder it is, because it's like the characters don't know they're in something that's kind of video gamey. So there are like power-ups and stuff. It's good. It's fun. It's silly.
Cool.
Yeah. I have a question for you. In a TikTok that you made pretty recently, you were showing your home game, or a new home game, and you had like some new players coming in. And first of all, I was very impressed with how quickly you adapted to having 2 new players at your table. That's insane.
It was a 24-hour turnaround.
That's impressive. Like big ups. But the other thing was almost more impressive, to me at least, was one of the players wanted to be a homebrew something, right?
And panda person.
And you said you homebrewed it like there.
Yeah. Literally like 30 minutes.
So first of all, I want to know what it is. If you could tell me what it is, I'm so curious.
Absolutely.
And then the second thing is like, how much do you care / are like, do you? I'm neurotic, Hannah.
At least you're self-aware.
And I am so like, I think about the homebrew that I put in my game so much, and I run a very silly game a lot. I'm way more serious here than I am in my home games. So I was just like, oh my, a magic item maybe I'll make up on the fly, or like a spell, but like a race, that's some of the core foundational features. So first of all, I don't have a question other than that made me almost uncomfortable. It's just what I want to say. But I appreciated it. And so what is this, and what is this panda person? And then do you do this a lot? Are you this crazy?
Yes, I am. I'm fully this crazy. Yeah. So a couple of mates of mine, we'd like talked a little bit about like, oh, I'm in a game right now, but it's not going so well. I was like, oh, as somebody plays D&D, blah 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 blah. They ended up dropping out of those campaigns, and we ended up meeting up for lunch. And I was like, you know what? Like, do you want to just like come to my game tonight? And they're like, yeah, that'd be great. So we like threw their characters together in like an hour. And I remember I was talking to my mate Kier, who's also a TikToker, and we were chatting. He's like, I really want to be like a huge bear person. Is that like a thing? I was like, oh, we have like bugbear, we have all those things. But and he turned to me and went, but what about like a panda? And I went, I don't know if I know there's one in like World of Warcraft. And so I was like, you know what? Let me find out whether or not somebody's like put stats or something online. And sure enough, like I just a shout out to general Reddit people for D&D that just like post their homebrew all the time.
Right, it's okay. Don't give them too much credit. They're monsters.
Yeah, I mean, just like generally the people of D&D who like post their stuff freely online for like people to use and just like look at the stats for. So there was like 2 or 3 that had like, it was essentially Kung Fu Panda. They were trying to like put D&D. So I just took this from that and then edited it for my game so it was a little bit more balanced. I kind of went off more like Minotaur-esque stats and then just was like, you just look like a panda. And yeah, threw him in. Pandeer, you can look it up.
Okay, that's cool. I'm impressed with that. I'm impressed with that amount of flexibility, and then also like the willingness to do like, I'm gonna try to make this what you want, because that is one of those things. I mean, it's a part of, I think, the vibe that you give off as a dungeon master, which is why I reached out to you and was like, yo, we should fucking collab on some shit, because there is an element of running the game that I struggle with, and I think a lot of people just lean into, which is the like, this is my world, this is my vision, like you have to make your character fit the thing that I am doing. And it's very it's refreshing to be reminded that it's like, it's just a fucking game. Like it's just a game. If you want to be a panda person, is it gonna ruin my story to have you be a panda person as opposed to an ogre? Like, what? Who cares? If that's what makes you engaged, it's better. And so I don't know. I was digging with that.
No, I'm definitely like that in my games. Where like I'm with you. Like, my world is my world, and it's like so detailed, and I have all of these things. But when it comes to specifically character, like PCs, they've already like, there's nothing they haven't tried to ruin before. And I don't think like a panda or something. It's like, you know what? There's already a cat captain running this ship. I was like, what's a panda or two?
Legit. All right, question. Changing subjects minorly. Are you ever a player?
I actually only became a player for the first time last month.
Tell me about the character.
See, I know there's a couple people that I'm playing with on here.
So don't.
And
So then don't give any spoilers.
no
if you got
spoilers.
secrets.
She's an elf,
Mm-hmm.
maybe.
Okay.
Basically, that's been kind of, up in the air. It's like she's acting a little fishy. She's a wood elf.
Gina low-key pushing for those spoilers, though.
I see you in the comments, Gina. But she's a rogue, and we're playing through the Curse of Strahd. And so it was actually really interesting because like the way I build PC characters is usually around like one major trait. That's a trait, and then I rarely like fill it out because most of that kind of comes from just talking to people naturally.
Yeah.
So this is the first time like I've made like a character, and I'm
exactly the same way. I make characters are simple, plain, and they become who they are when they play them. So that's hard to do.
It's really hard, and like I mean, it gave me such an appreciation for people who just like stick with one character and like do this thing all the time.
Yeah.
But basically, like I made her like cool, suave, like she's like super level-headed, and like all of these things, like a Southern belle. And then I got into Death House, and I was like, okay, well, how would a normal person react to nearly dying? And now she's just the craziest hothead that you've ever experienced in your life. I was like, it was completely not what I wrote, but I was like, you know what, this is more fun to play.
That's awesome. What class, if you don't, or is that also a secret?
It's rogue.
Oh, what level are you guys now?
We're only at level 2. We're making our way up, but I'm planning to go the assassin rogue route.
What made you pick rogue? You like you're a rogue fan. You like the rogues. You figure a little
roguish. I think that rogues often get crapped on, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give it a go. I also really like sneak attack because I thought that would be fun. I just want to be like a little guy who like zips out, disengages, and then like shoots you again. You know?
I know so much. The just a little guy sentence. I feel I'm in the podcast that I play in. The amount of time someone goes, "I'm just a little guy," is very often. There's a couple characters that really like being just little guys. Also, in the game that I'm running, my buddy Sophia, she's like one of my OG players. And she always plays characters with like the most like mysterious, tragic backstories, and it's very funny. And she keeps being like, "I'm gonna make like a lighthearted character," and then she never does. And she's playing the most lighthearted character she's ever played right now, which is not lighthearted. It's like super emo, Carmen Sandiego, basically. Like if Carmen Sandiego was like in an R-rated Eldridge movie, but where she's just like killing stuff and has like crazy brain things. But she's playing a rogue for the first time, and she said sneak attack feels like cheating. It
does. It really does. Ever critting on a sneak attack is the greatest feeling in the entire world.
I've never played a rogue. I think they seem like they could be a lot of fun. Level 2. So and you're going assassin.
Yes.
Is it because you want to get that sweet crit? Or are you going more into the like I'm gonna like entrench myself in the Barovian nobility? Because assassins kind of do that too. They like take on identities. That's sort of the low-key other part of them that a lot of people forget about.
Yeah. So I always make characters. This might be controversial. I don't start with race or class. I start with backstory and then fit whatever backstory is to the character.
Mm-hmm.
I find that's
we are the opposite, natural. And that's fine.
Then that's okay. But like, but I was like, okay, this character would have been an assassin rogue.
Cool.
And maybe something else in the future. We're looking maybe at a multi-class. I'm speaking to my DM. We'll see how it goes.
How many people are playing in it?
Oh, we're doing a West Marches style campaign. So like tons of people are in and out. I think there was like something crazy like 7 or 8 last time. Gina,
do you have players that do you not know everyone that's I guess you can't, right? If it's like a lot, like because you only play with certain ones.
So one of those things where like it's like a lot, it's some internet people where like I've talked some of them some of them I've talked to before. Some I've like shared like 2 sentences before, and all of a sudden like it's like I don't even know your name, but like I'm doing a silly little voice in front of you, and we're just like going back and forth, which I love. And then separately, I have a home campaign that I actually live with my campaign mates, and so I just drag them out of bed to go play. Just good
Oh
fun.
man, oh what a life, what a life. I've never played in a West Marches game. I think that it seems really fun. It seems like if the dungeon master is good at organizing it and all the players are very like set in the setting, and I guess doing Curse of Strahd would be easier for that because there's just so much meat already on the bone. I feel like it could really feel like you're playing in like a world in a way that other campaigns almost might not, because because other NPCs are basically player characters to a certain extent almost. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's really cool. That's really cool. All right.
Yeah. My DM's Diana, who I think you've spoken to as
Oh
well.
yeah. Oh, it's that game. Oh, I'm so dumb.
Hey,
Yeah, I just became
Look.
mutuals with her on the old TikTok.
Oh, look at you go! She's really lovely, and she's just like the best DM. I mean, she's the only DM I've ever had, so she is the best.
Every DM is the best unless they're the worst, and then you leave that game.
Yeah, and then you leave very swiftly.
Yeah. I made a video recently that was the video was basically, I don't remember what it was. Oh, I was on a train and I couldn't make videos where I was talking, so I just made videos of me doing the thing where I just don't make it, like I just look very deadpan and just put text. And I basically said like no D&D is better than bad D&D. A lot of people were like bah, 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 and I was like, really? You're gonna bah 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 that? I feel like that's common knowledge at this point, but you know the internet, it's full of nonsense.
Yeah.
Speaking of the internet full of nonsense, I don't know how long you want to stick around. You're more than welcome to, like, leave whenever you want. I know you're a busy woman. But if you are down, there are people that, this is technically a call-in show night. And I would love to open the floodgates and let people join in on our call and ask some questions, and we could see if we can give them some answers. Are you down?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
I'll
cool.
try my.
Okay, before we start, okay, chat, everybody in chat other than people that are here. Okay, if you're here because you know Hannah, you can keep listening, but everyone from my chat, close your ears for a second. They're a bunch of dinguses. Don't worry about it. They don't do your. You don't have to. These people require very little to impress. Okay, they're simpletons. I love them. They're my enclave. I would ride to the gates of Moria with them, but I also might not. I wouldn't ask them to do my taxes. You know what I'm saying?
Great. It's okay. I can't count either.
Y'all. There's always a couple that get a little upset when I say that, but you guys know I love you. Okay. Let me open that up here.
One person in chat being like, "Yeah, simple." I relate to you.
Yeah. All right. So for folks that are waiting with bated breath, the way that you are going to join this stream call is I'm going to, if you go into the Discord, there's a channel that says streaming. And there's I'm going to open a room in a second that says stream waiting room. And when that room opens, you can go into that room and it will automatically put you in the queue. And then if you go into the stream events tab right above that, you can see what the queue is. Because I have Hannah here, I'm not going to have everything on screen that I normally does to help orient you. I apologize. Deal with it. I would rather the guest have a little bit more screen priority. So yeah, I'm going to open the room, and people can hop in. Also, Hannah, if there are people here that you know, that you are like, I know this person, can they come on? They are allowed to skip the line if you want.
Ooh, that's some power right there.
Yeah, unless there's 30 of them. If there's like 2 or 3, it's fine. But 30, I might ask you to pick your favorites, and then we're turning it into sort of like a Sophie's Choice thing. So we'll have to be a little careful. All right, I am gonna open the room now, though. Let me open that. Okay, the room is open. Let's see how many people go in. Sovereigns first. Oh, it's filling. It's filling. There's 3 people. So guys, if you want to join the stream chat. Actually, you know what? I probably can get this on stream. Let me see if I can do that, actually. You know what? Let's try to be... We could try to be gracious, right? We could try to be gracious. Okay, let me see. Give me 1 second. We'll let it load up for a second. What is this? What do you think? No, okay, here's the question. Okay, pop quiz for you, Hannah. What did I name the browser link that is for people joining this call? What do you think? That's the game that I'm playing right now with myself.
What do I think? You named the link?
Yeah, because if I have to find it, and if you, oh, I think I found it. I named it call-in instructions. There we go. I'm so smart. Okay, so there's the call-in instructions. They're at the top of the street. I'm actually gonna put them in the middle. I'll put them. I don't know. I'll put them right here. Here. No, here's a good spot. Right here. Perfect. That's perfect. No, I'll put them up by my big old forehead. Okay. I'll put them here. Perfect.
Your technical ability astounds me because I get stressed just using Discord.
If it makes you feel better, if I were to show you my screen, it would look like I vomited. There's so little organization. It's like vomiting pixels of chaos. Everything is chaos. So don't feel that bad about it. Okay, but now those are the instructions. Boom. All right, so we're gonna start pulling people in. Oh, so this first person we're gonna pull in, their name is Sovereign. They are a long-time person of the channel, of the show. Wait a second, I have to. Oh, I'm so dumb. And we're gonna grab them and we'll pull them in. Give me 1 second. They are. Usually they write their question on paper beforehand because they want to be ready. They don't want to mess up. And I love them for that. All right, let's pull them in. Sovereign. Oh, wait, Sovereign, you got to... Oh, wait, this is me. I fucked it up. Give me 1 second. I messed something up. I messed it up. I was about to ask you to do something. Boom. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. Oh, my God. Sorry about that. Sovereign, hello.
Hey, can you just let somebody... Can I just go next? Because my reaction speed was too fast, and I don't have time to write my script.
All right, buddy. Yeah. I'm gonna hang up on you now. Bye. I love you. Oh, I forgot something, Hannah. There's a little mini game here, which is that I have to say I love you and hang up before they can. If they are able to get out a compliment before I can hang up on them, it's bad. So I try not to hang up on them before before they ask the question. But sometimes they say, I love you, and I really just want to hang up on them immediately. But we'll see if that happens. Okay, so this next... Yeah, so this is Jono. What's up, Jono? Jono.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
Been a little while. Hold on, let me do my usual... There we go, muting the YouTube stream. That's first order of business. Cool.
Of course. How are you? It's been a hot sec.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. Good to be back on the stream.
Amen, Brother Bear. So, what can we help you with today? What are you thinking about?
I mean, as per usual, I've just been listening into the conversation, and I thought I would be obnoxious and give my opinion on things.
Oh, fine. Yeah, sure.
I wanted to say about the homebrewing in general, coming up with the panda race on the fly. I'm very pro homebrewing with absolute confidence and abandon, because also something that isn't often talked about is as soon as something becomes a problem, the GM has the absolutely equally obnoxious power to just fix it.
Fair.
Patch notes are a thing.
Fair.
I have a tendency in my games to probably homebrew about as much nonsense as we go along. You've heard about how I do my crafting. It's a necessity.
Yeah. I think I just have. I've been too. It's like I have bad exes. You know, I'm too scarred from tragedies of giving people items that do things that are too stupid, and then them getting upset when I take them away.
I suppose it also comes down to having a kind of group where you can give somebody a really cool item, and if it turns out to be too powerful, have the sort of relationship where you can just say, "Hey, buddy, that D12's a D6 now, and you're gonna have to deal with it." Okay.
Fair. Do you have a question for our dear Hannah, or did you just want to come in here and prove me wrong with your intelligence and your suave accent?
I wanted to come in here and say that you're to equalize the balances of the universe. Just tell you that besides obviously having deep affections for you, you're absolutely terrible at taking compliments.
Okay, wait 1 second. Just have to. Okay, there we go. That was Jono. Jono's great. Jono is building like a crazy crafting system that almost doesn't work outside of a homebrew setting, but is very cool for his players. But let's grab somebody else. Crunchy Zombie. See what I told you? Some people just want to fucking say something. Not everybody's got a question. They just want to talk. It's okay with Jono because he's got a voice that makes your bones shake. But some of these hooligans. All right, I'm gonna grab Sovereign actually because it looks like they popped back in, and technically they were first, and I respect the line. All right, Sovereign, let's see if you're ready. Hey, cowboy. Sovereign, are you ready?
All right. Hello.
Hey, buddy, what's up?
All right. Okay, I have it. Today I have a question that is kind of minor and not really that important, but it's still important enough.
Sure.
Why I make it feel like there are things actually happening in my world apart from the players? 'Cause so far it's just been a little difficult to do that.
Cool. First of all, that's a great question and a hard question. I will not immediately throw it to Hannah if she doesn't want me to throw her under the bus. I will give my thoughts first if you want, but I will give you the table first if you want it, Hannah.
Yeah.
You want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
No, you go first, and then I can hop in afterwards.
Also, I'm not going to throw you under the bus under every call, but I am for this one. Okay, so Sovereign, here are my thoughts. So you're trying to build a world, and you want it to feel alive. I think that there's a couple ways to do it that are easier depending on your circumstances. So if the game that you're playing in has space, like if you're playing every week or even every other week, but they're long games, you can have them interact with people that genuinely have goals that have nothing to do with the plot. You can have them go down rabbit holes that don't lead anywhere. Sometimes a strange monster that's a part of a cursed tree that's, consuming the corn in the nearby village doesn't have to do with the necromancer. It just has to do with that guy's grandpa was mean to a dryad. You know what I mean? Like you can have plots that don't necessarily interconnect. That's one thing. But the other thing is that you can show the ripples of things happening in the world that are far away. So, for example, if in your game there is like a big political upheaval happening somewhere far away, or even it's just starting to, you could have people like soldiers come to town that are wearing different sorts of armor and are collecting tithe for a king that's name people don't recognize. Or you could have refugees traveling or just displaced peoples that are, moving because the demon lands are growing, even if that's not like super connected. I think it's seeing the effects of things in the world that are bigger than them is usually the way that I lean into that. Excuse me.
Do you have any input on this, Hannah?
Yeah, I would say my favorite little detail in any campaign is I'd love to have like a little newspaper that's like always talking about I always think that that's like a very easy way to like add dimension to things. Like, oh, it almost like recaps, town burned down, blah 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 blah, like things, and you can add like things completely unrelated, but it just kind of adds like a new dimension to the game.
That's such a good idea. I never think about props ever, but that's such a good idea.
I actually do have a newspaper thing. Problem is, my players don't care about newspapers.
So then you got to make them care about the newspapers. You got to put clues in them, things that they need.
You start talking badly about the party in the newspaper. And twist everything that they do. Like, it follows, like, bad journalism,
I mean, that's not a bad idea, honestly. Is like, if the player characters are spotlighted in the paper, then who wrote the article? Like, what is the agenda of that person? Those things all make sense. If people don't read newspapers, going off of Hannah's idea, you could also have things like a town caller, like a person that goes, "Hear me, hereby, in the nearby town of Lanchester, 3 gourmets and a Truffledin went down to the Hubble Squat," and like, oh wow, can't believe that's happening over in Lanchester.
Yeah.
That's
one of my favorite things to add. Or definitely just having one bartender PC that shows up absolutely everywhere, or like a base that they keep going back to get like a general idea of like how all of their things are affecting and how things are still going at home.
Yeah. All right. Cool. All right, Sovereign. That was a great question. Thank you, buddy.
Love you. Bye.
Oh, fuck. I don't like being mean to him because I'm pretty sure he's one of our younger audience members, and he's always asks good questions. So we don't need to hang up on the children. Do you do that thing? You mentioned having like a go-to bartender. Very different direction, but do you ever do like the cosmic bartender? Like
It's just
the
everywhere.
NPC that shows up in every campaign, even if it doesn't make logical sense? Like
So-
the cabbages guy? Because I do that. Do you do that?
I personally don't do that because I've been running the same game that's kind of like a sequel of one. So there's already characters from the first one that pop up.
Mm.
If they hit certain islands or like they meet certain people, or they can even call their old PCs for like information, because
That's
there is
cool.
like options. So I have that. I don't have a cosmic bartender, but I would love to.
Okay, so I'm gonna pitch you on an idea of a character
Right.
that I've used in almost every campaign. It either players love it or hate it, but they always are memorable. They can have any name you want. They can be anything that you want, but the whole idea is that they're very nondescript, and they run a diner, a 1950s style diner, like a Ruby Tuesdays kind of spot. And this diner shows up and is an interdimensional diner. It appears and disappears randomly in time and space. And this character who runs this diner is chained to it. They have no control over it. They cannot leave it. They don't know why they're there, but they've sort of accepted their fate. It's almost like they've been there so long that they've not only given up on trying to leave, they've really like leaned into owning it. And it sells like burgers and fries and stuff. So extra very powerful creatures. We're talking like the highest level NPC wizards, the demon lords, the archfey. Most of them know about it because when it shows up in their plane, they go to it. And they all almost always have the same experience.
And fries. Like
Yeah.
you just have to.
Well, not only that, but the whole thing about the diner is that if I'm a demon lord and I go into the diner, I can use all my demon lord powers. I have my madness auras. I can kill things. But whenever the owner, I usually call him Jim or James or something like that. But whenever Jim wants you to leave the diner, you just become outside of the diner. So it doesn't matter how powerful you are. He can just eject you. That's the one thing he can do. The other thing that he can do is he does not follow the rules of Dungeons and Dragons. So you cannot succeed on skill checks against him because he does not interact with skill checks. You cannot. It's not even that he is immune to magic. He is an untargetable thing because he kind of isn't in the game. He is genuinely outside of the rules. And he doesn't know exactly that he's in a game of Dungeons and Dragons, but he basically has all of the knowledge that would be in the lore section of the monster manuals. So like he's quite knowledgeable at this point. But yeah, it's a fun, weird little respite that I've thrown into a bunch of games, and it's a fun way to have players interact with like really weird creatures, or to meet this very powerful NPC that inevitably they might try to fuck with, and then he'll just blast them out. The other thing is he can ban you from the diner, and if you get banned from the diner, no matter what you do to try to get in, you just appear outside of it, which has frustrated a couple players. And it also has, yeah. But anyway, there's your idea.
I'm 100% adding something like that. That's so cool.
They're fun. They're fun. Be warned, as soon as you start adding weird cosmic stuff like that, what's up, Big Pimp? What are you doing here? That's an inappropriate name. Calm down. I just saw, what up? I got lost in thought. Big Pimp threw me off. They always throw me off, the big pimps. I don't know. Okay, let me grab Crunchy Zombie. Let me grab Crunchy Zombie. Boom. Crunchy Zombie, what's up, dude?
Hey, so my question is more don't really know how to say it. First off, hi again. I'm a little nervous.
That's okay. You should we take a breath?
Yeah.
Get the actor in you.
So I have a lot of friends who love playing D&D.
Mm-hmm.
We've been playing together for several years now, and about a year and a half ago, I started my own first full campaign.
Mm-hmm.
I love these people as friends. They are incredible, so great, and all of them have their own niches within the game.
Mm-hmm.
However, it has become more of an issue now, that their interests are so diverse. And for me as a DM, balancing each of their interests is unruly.
Mm.
I have, and it's a rather large party. It's 6 players.
Mhm. Have you thought about splitting it up?
I did split it up for a bit there, but then people wanted to they wanted to travel back again with their own party.
Mhm.
Um,
Okay, okay, so this situation, the situation of many players wanting to play together and you as the dungeon master wanting to accommodate all of their needs, this is actually going to be something, in my opinion, where this is actually not a problem that I think you can solve. It's actually a problem that your players need to solve. And I'll let Hannah speak up if she has things she wants to share, but I pretty strongly believe that it sounds like you're doing a lot to try to accommodate, and it sounds like you really care, which is the great place to be. But you have to remember that you are not a video game. You can't accommodate everything. You have limits. You know, as half of it's the downside. It's the downside of the double-edged sword of playing the game. So what I would say is your players need to basically be willing to compromise their needs with each other and lean and figure out how to find a middle ground. So it's not you trying to accomplish the needs of the person that wants romance, and the needs of the person that wants horror, and the needs of the person that wants comedy, and the needs of the person that only wants combat, and the needs of the person that wants political espionage. It has to be like they have to acknowledge that, like, okay, we're all playing together. Crunchy zombie, listen, even a zombie's only got one brain that if they're not munching. So like, maybe like, okay, maybe, what if I can figure out how to tie some romance into the horror plot? What if I like, okay, I know we're in the middle of politics stuff right now, so it wouldn't make sense for a combat. So I'm not going to care if Crunchy Zombie can't throw a combat in because I'm accepting, you know what I mean? There's a certain amount of navigating space, I think, that your players need to be willing to do. And I feel like what your job is in that is to say that to your players. And the way that I would say it to my players is coming from a place of vulnerability. People, especially if you're asking something of them, will sometimes come in with their guard up. But as soon as you acknowledge that the reason why you are asking the thing is because you need help, and that you are, you want to run a good game, and it's like, I want to make sure that I'm doing good by you, and this is hard, and I need your help, then people go in with a less confrontational attitude, and will probably be a lot more amicable, whatever that word is, helpful.
Yeah. I mean, definitely, like, I have experienced that with my players, like, already. Like, when we originally had split the party and did, like, 2 side-by-side campaigns, it wasn't, like, a full split. It was 2 players and then 4. And they were super chill, and they've always been like, yeah, no, like, if I see that you're struggling, so we all work together, because we had a time slot where we would go from 3:30 to 8:30, and it was a long session.
Yeah, it's 5 hours. It's a long session.
We also have 6 players who all need their space and all want that space, and it's not like I'm actively doing things all the time. They do a lot of like inter-party role play and fun stuff like that. And when I've approached them about it, it's been fantastic.
But
their play styles are
they're so
different.
But do they want to play together?
They do, and
then they just still need to. Then they need to just face the fact that their play styles are different.
So
that's what it is. Like, there's not another solution.
Example of what I'm talking about.
You can give
a better understanding.
Crunchy, I love you. You can give a little example, but you are such a rambler, so I'm going to cut you off very quickly. So be brief.
Absolutely.
I love you, but you have such a tendency to keep
going. Totally get it. I have 2 players that are power. Like, they are power. They love it. They are so good at combat. They are much better at finding weaknesses and killing things, way better than I am, and they demolish every single combat. I have 2 players who want to feel powerful and cool and fun in combat, but they get overshadowed by them. Then I have 2 players who don't give a fuck about combat, and this goes basically in every scenario. It almost follows that exact.
Why not ask the players to help each other? Why not ask the players that are very good at combat to help the players that want to be better at combat figure out how to be better at combat? And then for the people that don't care, you don't have to do anything because they don't care.
I also think that occasionally it's okay to knock like tanks down a peg. Like you are allowed as the DM to like, you know what? No, you know you're gonna find a way to like get you poisoned, get you paralyzed, get you hold, blah 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 blah. If you're allowed to like, if somebody's like pushing forward and like they constantly push through, you're allowed to go a little bit harder on that person because one, it's more fun for them, but also it gives other people more of an opportunity to shine.
It's a good point.
And I think that
yeah.
at a certain point, Crunchy, if you're the DM, and I think one thing that DMs often forget is that you are still a player. You're still supposed to be having fun, and if you're not having fun, then something's wrong, right? And so it's totally fine and fantastic that you want to accommodate people as best you can, but your players also have to accommodate you because you're still a player. So
that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, Dragoness is one of our mods. It sounds like Hannah shoots her monks. Yes, it does, which is the thing to do. Shoot the monk. Cool. Crunchy, does that feel like it guides you in the right direction? Leaning on your players, I think, is the move here. Not like, you know, it's like as people to support you in the direction. Does that make sense? Do you think that's gonna help guide you?
I do.
Okay,
thank
cool.
you very much. Love you.
Crunchy's great. Crunchy's great. But Crunchy will tell you their whole campaign back to front if you let them, which is fine. Sometimes. All right, let me grab Baba. Okay,
Baba was the name of a NPC in my campaign that we're all very fond of, and very unfortunately,
Baba died. Spoilers.
R.I.P. Baba. My little grandma.
Not you, Baba. Hi, Baba. How's it going?
Okay, I thought I was dead for a second. Wasn't expecting that.
This is the app.
Hello, you're dead.
How's it going, buddy?
Good. Okay, so I have less of a question and more of a random mini game. For you right now. Okay, so one of the things that I love to do as a DM is what I call like off-label skill checks, which is basically like a stat and skill combination that isn't the normal combination. Like a good example is there is actually like rules for this in the. It's like called out in the player's handbook, I think. As
like athletics intelligence check.
Yeah, something like that, right? Like the example from the player's handbook, I think, is strength intimidation for like a barbarian trying to intimidate someone.
Yeah, for sure.
Psyching them out or something. So I assume that you. I don't. Do you like those? Do you ever use them in your games?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so here's my mini game for us. I also do a lot of DMing, and I love to do those. And we can do this like go around the circle once or twice. I imagine it'll be pretty quick. But basically,
if it's not quick, we might cut you off.
Yes, I don't want to ramble. The game is we randomize a combination of a skill and stat by rolling a d6 for the stats and a d18, like d20, but reroll 19s, 20s for the skills. And if you can't come up with a combination, then you lose.
Ooh.
And it just
I did not follow. Did you follow that, Hannah? I'm so dumb.
So
help me. My brain
how it
doesn't go
goes.
fast anymore. I'm turning into mold.
Yeah. we're each gonna try.
I need some
and
dice. Is that
come
what I'm
up with a context in which you use one of these off-label skill checks.
Sure. Okay, I got you. So tell me what dice to roll. Just give me the instructions.
Okay. Yeah.
Or
you'll go
you roll
first.
them.
Roll a d6.
Okay. I got a 3.
3. Okay, so it's gonna be Constitution. That's already tough because there's no regular skill for it. And
Go
then
big
you're
or
gonna
go
roll
home. Go big
d20.
or go home. A D20?
D20 and reroll 19s and 20s.
I love 19s and 20s though.
Sorry.
3. No, 5.
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it's a Constitution deception check. So what context? When could you justify this off-label skill check?
First of all, now that I understand the game, I like this a lot. I was about to be like, I don't want to do this because it sounds too complicated, but I'm glad I was patient. This is really fun. I have an idea, but I'm not gonna. I'll let Hannah go first if you want to.
Constitution deception. How
Yes.
well you can hold your tongue. Like your physical ability to like keep whatever inside to best you can, like being able to hold a straight face. Essentially, I imagine would be
I like that. I was thinking something very similar.
Yeah.
I guess I'll also go. My take on it is pretending that you aren't poisoned / don't need to fart or something.
Fuck you, you son of a bitch! I was literally gonna say farting, pretending you don't need to fart. That is actually what I was gonna say.
Nice.
All right, let's. That's good. Let's. I can.
Okay,
Let's go again.
so-
Let's do another one.
Okay, we'll do another one. I'll go first. You go second. Hannah goes third.
Am I rolling dice, or do you want? Does anyone else want to?
What? Hannah? Why don't you
Hannah's
do it?
grabbing for something.
Oh, I have little funky dice. Sure. So I'm supposed to roll a d6 and a what?
D6 and then a
And
D20.
then the D.
D6. That's a 3.
Oh, another Constitution. Okay.
Let's re-roll that. Let's do a new one.
Okay. Yeah.
2.
2. Okay. Dexterity.
And then 8.
8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Dexterity intimidation check.
My brain went to 7,000 different inappropriate places very quickly. Let me calm down for a second.
Yeah.
Let me calm down for a second. I was like imagining really aggressive hula hooping. You know what I mean? Like stare down hula hooping.
You're having a dance off or something like that. You're like just really getting into it.
Ooh. Okay. You're like.
It could also be like being the ring girl, like bending yourself over to scare someone.
Oh, to be
I
honest,
do
that
like
would be
that.
terrifying.
I do like that. Mine would be. Do you know that that knife stabbing into the spaces of your fingers game that they do in
Yeah,
Alien?
that.
Yes, that.
That's really clever. Cool. Baba, this is a good game. Thank you for sharing it. I think we'll have to play it more on stream.
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
This is cool. Do you have a question before I kick you politely off?
No real question.
All right, buddy. You're the best.
All right, have a good rest of stream.
All right, bye. How do I hang up on you? There we go. That was Baba. Baba is one of my oldest followers and mods. He's been around back when I was a little baby boy on Twitch with like 30 followers. He's an OG.
Nice.
Okay. It's 4:00/10 o'clock. Do you want to hang a little bit longer? Do you want to do another call? Do you want to bounce? What are you thinking? Where's your energy at?
Calls and then I'll have to.
Okay, cool. You want to do one more or two more, depending on if this next one is ridiculous or not?
Yeah, we'll go 2 more and then I'll pop off.
Okay. Have you been having fun?
I've been having a blast.
It's not too scary, right? Like it's pretty chill.
Followers are very nice and they have interesting questions and it's just and you're very you're nice to talk to. So.
Oh, listen. I'm not good at the compliments. I will accept it silently.
Fine. You're like fine to talk to.
Thank you. Perfect. Please. That's what I prefer. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna ask you again off stream, but do you feel like there's a part of you that's like I would do more streaming?
Yeah.
Cool.
Definitely. Like this is everyone's so sweet.
They're not always so sweet, but that's okay. We can crush them. We can crush them so hard. Okay, let me grab Acer. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Let me grab you though, regardless. Hello, howdy, ahoy hoy.
Hello, it's Ausa, by the way.
Ausa, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Nobody can pronounce that.
That's all right.
Love your shorts, by the way.
Oh, that's very kind. Listen, if you like my stuff, go check out Hannah Plays. She's pretty rad. What can we do for you?
Yes, so I've been a dungeon master for 2 years now, I think, and I DM'd the very first time for my college buddies. And this is where I tried my hand the first time at Homebrew, and I made a thing called the Meteoric Ore Axe. I posted in the review channel, and I thought it was pretty great, but when I finally gave it to the Dragonborn Barbarian, he was like, I'm not saying he was less than thrilled, but he didn't use its special ability, like, at all. Like, he used it once or twice, and then just figured, yeah, it was terrible, and he wasn't gonna use it again. Even when I tried to enable it.
Remind me what the special ability is?
So the special ability is you can expend a charge where it has 4 charges. And any creature you choose within a 30 feet radius of you has to make a Constitution save equal to basically a saving throw scaling with your Constitution modifier.
Mm-hmm.
And on a failed save, they're pulled 20 feet towards you and take 1d8 force damage.
Mm.
On a successful save, they are just pulled 5 feet towards you.
Mm-hmm.
And until the end of your next turn, for every creature that failed the save, this area around you is now difficult terrain.
And he didn't like that?
No.
Okay. So I have 2 thoughts immediately. First of all, the player is not a battle tactician, because that is such a battlefield control power, which is fine. But if he's not into battlefield control, I think you just need to accept that. And this item, because I remember this item, now that you're talking about it, hearing it back, that's such a cool item. I want that item. I am a barbarian. Give me that item. I see Patrick is in the chat. Take a note. Patrick is my dungeon master for the podcast where I'm a barbarian. Honestly, dude, if he doesn't like battle control items, you might need to just change it and just make it do a lot of damage one time. Like, some people just want something simple. And I think that there is always going to be that situation where you make something that you think is really cool and it doesn't quite land. And you got to kind of just not let it bother you too much. It's honestly, what you're saying is making me think about my content creator stuff, where it's like, I have such a fun idea for a video, and then it does not do well, and then I do something that I really am not particularly proud of, and then suddenly that's the thing that everyone really likes. And it's like, sometimes you just got to let the tiger guide you, unfortunately. Like, because that's what I would do. I would maybe offer up some changes where you can make it like do a big heavy hit, and you could do something where you keep that gravity thing, maybe just make it like single target and a huge blast of damage or something like that, and fly them around the map like a telekinesis thing. But that's what I would do.
Yeah, so I basically intended it, as you said, as battlefield control, so the barbarian can reach flying or ranged enemies that you usually couldn't reach.
Oh, I didn't even think about pulling creatures down.
But what you're saying is like, it's not an issue with the item. It's just like an issue with the situations that put it in.
Yeah, I think either you need to make it. Yes, it might be that. You might need to put them in more situations so it's more evident to use also. What do you think, Hey Hey?
I think
that's why I just called you Hey Hey. I apologize. I have one of my best friends' name is Hannah, and I call her Hey Hey, and I just translated that over.
From Moana that just screams. Which I will take. I'll fully take. No, I as somebody who like very consistently only gives my players just weird, wacky items and gives them like no, because they never ask for, because they don't care. They don't care if it's like a cool tactical whatever. So I always like just throw like funny stuff at them because they always find interesting ways to use it. I think it's definitely not like your like homebrew creation at all. It's just like some people want something simple to use in battle, and like if they're not a tactical person, like Cinder said, like it's just not gonna get used.
Have you ever had that, Hannah, where you made a magic item that you were really pumped on and then it just like got forgotten into the wasteland?
Oh, so many times.
It's such a bummer.
My players are currently, we're in a pirate campaign, so they're constantly like looting weird stuff. And so I constantly come up with stuff on the fly. And there's so many items like floating about that they just don't use very consistently. I mean, my players very consistently just forget to prepare spells full stop. Like that's the kind of players that I play with. Because a lot of them were first-time players when I first picked them up. And they literally, oh, I didn't know I had to prepare spells. I was like, you've been a paladin for 2 years.
Oh, that's so funny.
But no, I'm with you on like sometimes items just don't get used and that sucks, but it's nothing to do with you. It's just like players sometimes just want something.
My dear German, I think you have nothing. Do not question your homebrewing in this moment. Question either your planning or your player's intelligence.
Yeah, maybe. just closing remark from me. Maybe it's just because the enemies succeeded the save a lot the first few
that
times
might
you
also
tried.
be it. That's true. That's true. If it keeps feeling deflated, that could be a part of it.
But
Could be.
there's nothing I can do about that.
What
I
is
can't
it? It's a
just
charisma
roll
save. It's a
worse.
Constitution saving throw.
It's a con save, yes.
I'll tell you what you can do is you can intentionally throw some monsters that are bad at con saves.
I even did mages. I even did blaster mages.
Oh
who were
man,
like
listen.
in con.
It sounds like it sounds like literally the gods didn't want the item to look that great in that moment. So I don't know what to tell you. I apologize. Oh man, thank you for the question.
All right, thank you for having me.
All right, buddy. Don't be a stranger. See you later. Bye. Click. Oh man, you want to do one more, and then we'll say goodbye.
One more because I currently see a mate of mine sitting in chat.
Oh, let me grab the mate. Who's your mate?
The one with the little shark head that says wee woo.
Oh yeah, I'll grab Wee Woo. Wee Woo's jumping line. This is your jump the line person.
This is my one jump the line person. This is somebody I play with.
All right. Hey Wee Woo, what's up?
Wee woo.
Wee Woo, you gotta unmute. Wee Woo,
Hello?
you gotta unmute. You gotta unmute. Oh, you gotta mute the stream. You gotta mute the stream. Hello?
Because otherwise it does like. The
Sorry,
weird
I was watching the stream.
Oh no, it's totally fine. What's up? How's it going?
The stream.
Oh no, it's totally fine. What's wait, up? You still gotta mute the
Oh,
stream.
wait, it's still going. I'm so confused.
It's okay. Here, I'll make you quiet for a second. It's chaos over here. Sometimes when you keep going, it just goes forever, and then your brains turns into cheese.
This reminds me of that like one thing where it's like, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room, and it just keeps going in a circle. Have you
Oh,
not seen
yeah.
that?
Hannah, the amount of things I haven't seen, I could build a mountain. I had a moment recently. I had a moment the other night, and I'm going to keep any and all names out of this. I had a moment the other night where I was talking to somebody. So some of the people that I play D&D with are celebrities, and it has led to some strange interactions where sometimes I will get like I'll get like a little bump of like people that are like trying to friend request me, and I don't know why, and it's because they did the thing where they see that we follow each other. And somebody that I was talking to had a very similar situation, and the person that they were friends with is a very big celebrity apparently, whom I'd never heard of before. But it was in the realm of like a Taylor Swifty level of celebrity, and I had never heard of them, and it made me laugh so much because I was like, I live under such a fucking rock. I don't know anybody. I'm sure I think it's actually the best relationship to have with the world sometimes is because you're constantly just like, oh, look at this. This is a surprisingly nice thing. Oh wait, let's see if they're here. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hi. I'm so sorry about that.
Oh, it's totally fine. So Wee Woo, you play D&D with Hannah.
I do.
Are you are you also an internet person? Are you somebody who I could send people to? Like, check out
I'm
their
not
thing.
an internet person, no.
That's okay. That's okay. Are you in Hannah's home game?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, very cool. Are you a player?
Yes, I am.
What class do you, what's your character?
I'm a cleric.
What kind of cleric?
Tempest.
Do you like it?
I do.
Do you fuck
It's
shit
a lot
up?
of fun. Yeah.
I feel like the Tempest cleric is the fuck shit up cleric.
Oh, absolutely. Especially for my character. She's definitely just the fuck shit up person. It's a lot of fun.
Constantly.
Do you
everything in her path.
Yeah, that's the term. Do you ruin things?
It's just the thought. You
My
can see me
job
like
is to ruin what Hannah tries to ruin.
This
I am
is
here
a
to
Tempest
save
cleric.
people and stop whatever chaos whatever emotional trauma she's trying to inflict on us. Even though that doesn't work a lot of the time.
This is the chat. This is what we want out of our storm clerics. This is what we need out of them. That channel divinity to just max damage on lightning and thunder is just such wonder. Well, welcome. Thanks for stopping by the show. Hannah's doing pretty good, right?
Oh yeah, she's doing so good. I'm so proud of her.
She's killing it. My low key goal is to try to enmesh her in my creator space community, and that we can start to build mountains together. but we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. Do you want to ask a question? We can put Hannah on the spot. You can ask her. She can tell you a secret about the campaign or something.
Okay. Actually, I have 2 questions.
Yeah, sure.
But I'll ask the first one. So, I feel like this is just something that I'm genuinely curious about our home game. How do you deal with players not catching on to probably pretty obvious things that you're trying to show us about the world, or like a direction that would really benefit either the goal that we have or the character arcs that we're in, and we just don't see it? How do you deal with that versus like us hyper fixating on something completely random?
That's such a good question. That's a great
So
question.
Campaign. Everyone has a minus to intelligence except one person.
What can I say? I'm the elite person.
Things like right in front of you, and they're like, "Well, I rolled a 8 minus 1," and you're like, "Okay, cool." The way that I do it in my whole game is that I've made a world, because my previous campaign got so, for lack of a better term, fucked. Like, there's no other way of saying it, that like it completely went off track like 11-7 times, and like I never got them back on track. That I made this one unruinable. So essentially, I'm working in an archipelago, and each of the islands have their own individual, like, essentially like pocket plane, where like whatever happens in this island stays on this island, and whatever happens in this island happens on this island, and they're all set. So wherever they choose to go, even if it's not on track, like they'll find their way. But the way that I do to like make sure is like I just throw it at you. I find brute force works fantastic in that, like, there's like 6 or 7 of you. One of you has to see it, and even if you like adjust the DC a little bit, where I'm like, you rolled a 10, I'm just gonna like give it to you if it's really important to the plot. But other times it's just funny to like watch it not happen. Because like sometimes that's okay, because like sometimes people do miss things, and eventually it'll hit you like a truck, and that's fine. And that's just how the story's gonna fall out. It kind of sucks slightly for the players, who's like, well, I didn't see it coming. I'm like, well, it was there for like 5 sessions. And there's only so much DM could do. If the dice gods did not want it, then, I mean, I don't know if Cinder has a particular way that they...
Oh my god, I just noticed your nails. You have dragon fingernails. Oh, they're cool. Dude, yeah. I love a good sharp... Man, I don't have the nails for it, but I want some fucking claws. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. That was cool. I was like, oh shit, those are cool. I agree 100%, and I think that to go off of what you said, somebody in the chat also said, like, you gotta kind of like chuck stuff at them in the face, or they said slap them in the face with it. But oftentimes, if you put like, you'll have to put like 4 or 5 clues in, and the players will pick up on 2 or 3, and they'll totally miss other ones, and that's just the nature of the game. The other thing that you can do, though, which is a little bit manipulative, but I think it's good manipulative, is if there's a detail that you really want the players to notice and they're just not picking up on it, like let's say you're in a room and you're like, man, there's a book that's tied to their family lineage and I really want them to spot it, but they're really obsessed with like the weird leak that I described that has nothing to do with anything and was just part of the vibe. And somebody's like, all right, do I know what this liquid is? And they roll like a 12 on their investigation check on the liquid. What you can be is like, you can be like, I mean, it does seem like it's mostly water, but when you like move it to the table to get a closer look at it, you notice that like the books on the shelf right by the puddle are written in a different language. So it's almost like you feel like the player feels like they're getting the wrong information because they rolled low, but low-key, you're actually giving them the right information just through a failure. Where it's like, you're not going to get anything super valuable out of this check about this puddle, but you did roll high enough to notice something weird in the area, and I, as the Dungeon Master, can throw in that little bloop. And there you go. What are people saying in the chat? What about 2:30? Oh, I did have a tooth thing. I'm going to the dentist tomorrow morning, though, so it is going to be fine. That's a good question, though. It is a lot of, like, social engineering attempts, and then also just throwing things at the wall until they stick, I think. All right? What else are we doing here?
Okay, so can I just ask one last question?
Yeah, of course. You are the special guest of the special guest. You get special treatment.
Okay. And this question is mostly a joke one, but I do want to know. So I'm actually here with Neve, and we want to know.
What's up,
if
Neve?
you have a. Hello.
What's up? Is this another player?
Also, yeah.
The whole gang's roll initiative. Roll initiative. The ropers. If they weren't stalactites, they were ropers all along. Okay.
But our question is, do you have a favorite player, and if so, who is it?
And please remember that we live in the same house.
You
Who's your
can't.
favorite player? Is that a thing? Some people, I'm sure people have favorite players.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite player?
I have favorite PCs. I don't have favorite players.
That's just
Your
as
favorite
bad. Don't. Oh my God, Hannah, don't say that. That's just as bad.
Not in this campaign. I'll tell you from the previous campaign because we're no longer playing it.
Okay. Who is it?
The answer to that question is none of you. You all. No, not a chance. I don't have. Of course, I don't have a favorite player.
That's a hard question.
Okay,
to ask.
just checking in.
All right, listen, Weewo, Neve, thank you guys for stopping by and supporting your buddy. Very kind to do.
Yeah,
But-
of course, anytime.
But I'm gonna hang up on you now, unless you want to say something else before I hang up on you.
I love you. Bye.
I know.
God damn
They
it,
got you.
they got. I know I'm not fast. All right, well, listen, Hannah. Thank you so much for being here. Let me
Here's your hat.
of course, let me grab your socials. 1 second. It is there. So for folks, everybody that's watching right now, take 2 seconds, look in the description of the video, click on the links that say Hannah Plays D&D on TikTok and on Instagram. I think they're both there, and go follow her. She is really fun. And Hannah, if you have any interest in coming in for one of these sorts of streams again, I would love to have you again. And if/when I am starting to do some sort of more stuff, gamey stuff, I will probably reach out to you if you want to. Whether it's doing like some sort of modular one-shot or more of like a D&D adjacent, but hang out and do a game thing, something. Anyway, just so you know. So chat, let's give a big round of applause for Hannah. This was her first stream ever, dude. Her first stream ever. So like, I think you fucking killed it, dude. I think you killed it. I think you did really well. Hannah, guys, this is how open we are with this stream. Before stream started, Hannah was telling me that she was nervous. So I told her that I have to poop before every single stream because my body is nervous. So listen, we're all here together sharing in this vulnerable space and growing together with power and glory. Do you have anything you want to say or share or yell before we say goodbye? Chat, I'm going to still stick around, and we are going to just switch to the regular call-in show. So for folks that still want to do call-in show or hang out, we're going to keep going for probably another hour or two. So don't leave you guys. But Hannah, the table is yours. Anything you want to say, share, ask, scream?
One, thank you so much for having me on. It really means a lot, and thank you to the chat and stuff for like being so nice and asking fantastic questions. Also, I don't know if this is gonna work, but I love you and bye.
Oh, God dang it. God dang it. All right, guys, give me 1 second. I gotta switch the camera over. And then we'll talk for a second. That was Hannah. Hannah's pretty cool, right? I thought she was pretty sick. Sick nasty. Sick. She wasn't sick. She was very kind though. Boom, here we go. I thought that was great. Did you guys like that? I felt like that was pretty solid, you know? You guys think we can have you think we should have Hannah on for more shows? So, okay guys, now that it's just me, I'm going to be really honest with you guys cuz Hannah's definitely not still watching. So, low key what I want to do is make friends that feel like they're actually people that I talk to with other content creators, because I've been living in a void for the past year and a half, and although I have had some success here, I've had success alone. And it would be so nice to be able to do stuff like that, where it's like, hey, I got my buddy coming on. They do this, this, and this. So I'm going to start having more guests on. I was really excited to have Hannah on. I've been trying to do something with her for legitimately like months. And it's just been me dragging my feet. So super gracious for her to come. Please go follow her. But we're going to be doing this kind of thing a lot. There's a bunch of... Gina, yes. Okay, so you are another one, Gina. We are going to do this. What this show that you just watched me and Hannah do, we'll do a version of that. Also, Diana of Rose, Diana Destiny of Rose. I should know her name, but she's a TikToker. I'm gonna have her on too. And I'm gonna start doing something with GM Workshop, and I'm gonna be doing more stuff with Scarlet64. So we're slowly building. ttrpg Toria sounds cool. Hell yeah. Why do I recognize your name? Are you somebody that you just have a name that looks like somebody's name? I feel like I've seen you on the internet before. Is that possible? I don't know. I follow you? Oh, well, there you go. Well, if you want to do something, we can do something too. Cool. Listen, guys. I'm like 1,000 years old. I'm balding. I live in a basement. I got not that much going on. My brain is not here, but my heart is going in the right direction. And I just want to talk to D&D. I just want to talk about D&D with cool people. That's all I want to do. That's all that matters in the world, is having good goofy times. How do all of you know each other? See, this is the thing. And this is not me complaining. I'm just acknowledging that this is just me acknowledging that I fucking suck at communicating and networking with people. There's like 6 different other content creators here that all you have a club? Yeah, I wouldn't be in the club. I'm so bad at networking. Okay, maybe I'll get better at it. Mostly I just want to hang out. This is the problem. I get very nervous, believe it or not. Oh, he gets nervous? That's weird. It's not weird. We're all people. Everybody calm down. But cool. Yeah, we should definitely fucking hang out. Y'all are cool. Anyway, I think we can call that a success, right? That was a fairly successful first guest stream in a while. Did you guys follow Hannah? I would love if she leaves this with a couple more followers. That would be so nice. But that felt really good. That was good. I had fun. I get so anxious before every live. I literally have to go make a poop. Not a big one. You know what it is? It's like my body is like, you're getting ready for something and we don't know what it is. So you just gotta be done with like dealing with anything else. It was the exact same when I used to do theater, which was way worse because when I'm doing stream, I have total control over everything. When you're in theater, you really have to stick to the timing, you know? You gotta time that well. You gotta time it well. I think we're gonna start bringing some more people in a minute. So for folks that just rolled in, go follow Hannah. And those are the instructions if you want to come on stream and talk. And we're talking D&D. We can talk about questions about your game. We can talk about some of your homebrew. We're not going to spend an hour with anyone. I am trying to keep it moving. So you got one question. And if you're rambling, I love a good ramble, but I'm going to cut you off. If you ever really want to ramble to me, go onto my Discord channel. Go onto my Discord server at like 2 in the morning. Because I will often just hang in the chat at 2 in the morning. And I won't say much, but I will just listen to you guys ramble. And sometimes we'll play mini golf. And it's a lot of fun. Some of you are usually here when that happens. Anyway, let's grab somebody else. Okay, but legitimately, okay, I'm saying this now so that there's witnesses. TTRPG. I just want to call you Victoria. TTRPG, Toria, and Gina. Let's talk. I don't know where. Shoot me a message on one of the systems, on the Discord or the Instagram or whatever. Let's get something on the books. Let's hang out. Let's do a collab stream. I think it'll be fun. And it can be this, or it can be whatever the fuck you want to do. I don't care. I sort of set the game plan for having Hannah on because it was her first stream. But if you guys have things you want to do, I'm happy to go on your stream and fuck around too. Scarlet64 is the streamer that I regularly just like. She's on Twitch, but I regularly just go into her stream and derail her, and we talk about D&D for a while. Cool. Okay, let's okay, enough guffawing. Guys, I'm just in a good mood now because that went well. I don't know. I just wanted to make sure Hannah had a good time. I just turned on Uncle Iroh brain, teacher brain. I was just like, this person is new. This person needs to feel comfortable. They need to have fun. And I think we did it. I think we did it. Nice. Okay. Let's grab Koi. Let's grab Koi. They've been very patiently waiting. Very patiently waiting. Hello, Koi. How's it going?
Hello. Sorry, I was playing Sekiro. I didn't realize it. It's my bad.
That's okay. How's it going? Dude, you came on like 2 seconds after I said your name. You're fine.
Oh, okay, perfect.
What's up? How can I help you?
I'm all right. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. This is my first stream in like a week, so it's nice to be back. Yeah. What's up with you? What's on the mind? How can I help you?
So, the last time we spoke, I understand if you don't remember, you do speak to a lot of people. The last time we spoke was about gods and stuff, how to make them feel powerful. This time is a little similar. It's a quick question. What would you say? So I was here while you were speaking with Hannah about magic items and stuff. So what would you say about giving magic items to villains, like either created or homebrew, like from Wizards of the Coast?
Wait, say that again. What do I feel about creating villains?
So what would you say about giving villains magic items, like powerful ones that like players could just pick up?
I think okay, first of all, I think that's one of the best ways for players to get magic items. Because you get to see it used before you get, like, there's this weird narrative mechanic dissonance in finding a magic item where it's like you don't know what it does, and once you attune to it, you know what it does, and it's like sort of cool to have it like pa 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 pa, and like it's revealed, but it does sort of break the immersion a little bit unless you have like the identify spell. So that is one of my favorite ways to sort of show players what items do, is to create a villain that seems to have this crazy power as an aspect of them. And then when they die, that item is that crazy power. And then the players are like, wait a minute, I get that crazy power? It's very empowering feeling. What I would also say, though, is I would not base that item off of like the monster stat block unless you tweak it to be a player item, because monster action economy is not balanced to match player action economy. So most monster special attacks, monster special powers, not all, but most of the time they can very easily become too powerful if a player has access to them. So I would not just one-for-one pull monster features and put them in a item, but I would put item features in a monster and then put those features in an item that the players get. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. Do you have one that you're working on, or a thought on one specifically, or you're just thinking about the idea?
So yes, kind of. Basically, this leads into another question that if you had time I would have asked, because that was a really quick question.
Dude, ask the second one. You got my interest.
All right, so basically, there's a lot of lore that I don't need to get into for this. You don't really need the context, but there's a god that isn't a god anymore, and to get his godhood back, he needs to regain like 4 artifacts or something. And there was going to be a quest. My players aren't there yet, but there was going to be a quest which turns probably into like a pretty decently lengthy quest where they could either stop him at his weakened state, which they would have to figure out on their own that he's weak without these artifacts, or they can go and get the artifacts first through a series of quests, or before he gets them and becomes too powerful or something.
And you don't know which to do?
So some magic items, like there's so many on D&D Beyond and through the books. Like I'm not really sure what good, just like maybe not even like they don't have to be like super recognizable, but just good magic items to give villains in general, and then I could give him some of those.
Well, first of all, this is what I would say. I would say you can always work backwards and think like, what would be a cool thing for this villain to do that wouldn't be shockingly overpowered for players to have, and just make that the item. But some good ones are items that do like once a day cool things. Cloak of the Mountebank just lets you cast Dimension Door once a day. There's things like any sort of like belt of super strength, like any of the belt of giant strength where makes your strength like above 20 are good ones. items that give players the ability to do things consistently in unique ways. There are some claws that give you a burrow speed. That's crazy powerful. There's helmets that let you cast certain spells pretty consistently. I would look to things that like give you unique, somewhat regular usage items. The other thing is you could also do it sort of based on your players. Like, I know my players would like these items, so these are the items they're going to get. That sort of thing, too. I don't have any specific ones in mind other than... I don't really have any specific in mind. I would...
That's all right. That's all right.
I mean, the ones that keep coming to my head are like the belts. The belts of super strength are weird ones, because it's a good way that especially if the players don't realize the character has it, it's like, why does this person that looks normal have a strength of 24 or 25?
Right.
And then just make sure the barbarian ends up with it, or if there's no barbarian, whoever is the beefy boy.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the call.
Yep, you're welcome. Have a good day.
See ya. Click. That was coy. That was coy. Make the artifacts people. That's a crazy idea. I like that idea. I'd make the artifacts people. People? I hardly know Pull. Oh, that was so stupid. All right, let's get Mondonko. What's up, Mondonko? Mondonko. Mondonko. I will say... Oh, hello?
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Hi. I muted myself. Hi, you scared me.
I scared you?
Yeah. I was watching.
I tend to have that impression on people.
Okay. So the first session I did in my campaign went well. We're about to go to the second session. There's like this jungle area that's surrounded by this spell that makes it to where if you step into this jungle, it quickly surrounds you in magical darkness.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually they're gonna find an old abandoned cave that has like this lock mechanism that leads to an abandoned, ruined drow city, and it's pretty big. My thing I wanted to ask is, when I make a ruined city, how do I like make it more interesting without it being like, yeah, you walk down the street, okay, you walk down another street, oh, here's this cool building. It's all ruined, you know. So how do I like make sections of like an abandoned city more interesting without it feeling overwhelming? Because the way I imagine it is that it's like a small, like pretty big city inside this.
All right. I think you got a couple ways to go about it. One of the easiest ways is to sort of turn it almost into zones and think about what sort of creatures or civilizations have taken up residence since this place became abandoned, and how they would, what ecosystem they would form in those zones, or maybe as the city as a whole. So like, you know, maybe you do a thing where it's like there's this, you know, maybe this one area is covered in this weird fungi and these weird spores, and that area is a little bit harder to breathe in, and it's full of mushroom zombies. But on the edges of it are like the fire imps, and they're sort of like fighting with the spores. Like, you can make it so it's like an environment that exists and is alive, separate from the players, so that the characters are sort of learning the current state of things as they see it. Like, they're walking. It's almost like you're almost turning it into like an interactive like nature documentary, except instead of you're watching nature, you're watching like life in the abandoned mines of the Spildle flock or whatever. And the players are interacting with it and sort of figuring it out as they go. And that can be fun because it can sort of unlock knowledge, and you can do the sort of like visual storytelling thing where maybe the mushroom people are immune to poison, immune to necro, like they're hard to hurt, but you see the fire imps fighting them. The fire imps are good at fighting them. It's like, oh, that's how you learn the mushroom people are vulnerable to fire. So that one thing that was really hard before that they were like, we can't do this. They're like, oh, now we can do that because we know that if we bring fire, that path that we thought we couldn't traverse, now we can traverse because we know the trick. So you could do stuff like that. The other thing that I was going to say though is build a story into them exploring it. So don't just have it be like you're walking through the city, you see a building, you're walking through the city, you see a mushroom house. Have something chasing them, have them racing someone to get somewhere so that they have to make decisions that will inform like what happens. So it's like if you are getting stalked by, you know, the shadowmancing death robots or whatever, that means that you are sort of deciding where you go based on how you want to avoid them or set a trap for them or things like that. So they start to see the place they're exploring less as just a thing and a thing and a thing, and more as like ways to engage with the problem that they're having. And then as they're looking to engage with the problem that they're having, maybe they are still sort of learning the mechanics of the world and the little ecosystem. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I had an idea. I forgot what the creature was, but it was basically like this spider creature that would lay eggs of other spiders and would like protect them, and there would be cobwebs everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking about putting that in there, and maybe like I forgot what the fungi people are called, but I was also thinking about putting them in there. Another thing I wanted to ask, so outside the cave, there's an abandoned like little farm area, which is like where like the drow would like grind grain and wheat and stuff because that stuff can't normally grow underground. And I had an idea of like having them find a wine cellar with a jar of alchemy jar. And I wanted to ask, I already gave them a common magic item and a free feat at the start. Should every magic item feel like, oh my god, special? Or should some magic items be like in places that would make sense? I feel like a jar of alchemy or an alchemy jar would make sense for a farmer. She would need like to pour like water and stuff. You know?
I mean, the thing is, I would say with that is like where you place items is always opportunity for story. Like if there's an item in a place that doesn't make sense for it to be there, it might be if you don't build anything around it, it might be a thing where your players are like, okay, why this is silly. Why is this here? But if you make it with intention, it could very quickly be like, oh, this is a clue. This means that there is something about this place that we're not noticing because there's some part of this that leads to this random windmill having the ancient sword of Amalur. Oh, like, you know what I mean? Like it can be part of the way you do like clues and world building. That's what I would say with that.
So make magic items more part of the story instead.
That's what I usually do. This is what I'll say. The way that I treat magic items in two very distinct ways. I have a very gamified interaction with them almost always, where I create some aspect of the world where players can basically go to the store and pick items that they want, because there are certain builds that like require certain items, and I want players to be able to like live out the power fantasy that they have. But then the other thing is whenever I'm homebrewing an item or using particularly powerful items, I'll usually build plot around them and have them tied to that plot. I usually try to do both because I really like making up items and I like story-driven items, but I'm also just trying to be realistic where, you know, the monk just wants there's a thing that the monk just wants, or there's a thing that the barbarian player just wants. Like, you know, I might not have a reason to put a magic sword in the campaign, but if I have a fighter or a barbarian or a paladin or somebody that uses a sword, I'm going to make sure they have the opportunity to get a magic sword because magic swords are cool. Like, so you just got to do a little bit of both, I think.
Right. So like, putting a jar of alchemy in like a old farmhouse wouldn't be too bad. No, because I was just kind of
nothing. I guess nothing. There is nothing that would be too bad. The only thing that would be too bad is to put it in a way that feels random and then not have there be intention behind that.
I see. Okay. because I was thinking about putting it in like an old wine cellar, because I'm pretty sure the jar of alchemy can produce ale, I believe. If not, I could probably like say it also produce ales on top of it, because it produces mayonnaise, water.
Yeah, no, it does. It does.
other
I
stuff.
think that would be fine. I think it would be totally fine. Players might be like, "What's going on?" Like the whoever's cellar this is, they must have had some money secretly or something. Because if I don't, it also depends on how rare magic items are in your game. You know?
Yeah, I guess so.
Because alchemy jugs aren't like crazy powerful.
No, they're not. I was just trying to debate with myself. I'm like, in session 2, should I give him a magic item this early, or?
Well, yeah,
that's
just the choice that you got to make. That's a path that you could choose to walk down or not. The sooner and the more regularly you give magic items, the less powerful and special they feel to get. Is the only thing that I would say there.
Oh, that's fair. Okay. Because
Cool.
I did have another idea where like they would have, like the wine cellar would just be full of like very rare and expensive wine.
It could be that, like,
just
it really just comes down to what you want to do. I think getting an interesting magic item early is not a bad idea. I would just be hesitant about giving too many magic items too early. Otherwise, they start to lose some of their oomph.
I see what you mean. Okay.
Yeah. All right, buddy.
And then.
Oh, you don't get another one. You've asked 2.5 questions already.
Oh.
But,
do I just leave now?
No. I that's why I cut you off and politely say thank you for the call.
Oh, okay.
But
Okay.
thank you for the call.
Okay, thank you.
See you, buddy. See, this is what we have to do. If I don't cut people off, they keep talking forever. And I already, we got to get to everyone. Anyway, thank you very much for the question. It was a good question, and I appreciate it. Let me grab Matt Thorne. Hello, Matt. Hello, Matt.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Fine?
Well,
I accept
I had
fine.
more of a mechanical thing.
Oh, I love a mechanical thing.
Yeah, because I was wondering. I was working on a rogue, and I have it pretty much figured out, except for the 17th level feature, which it was kind of janky. So I was reworking it to work like with the sneak attack. So currently it's you hit with the sneak attack, and it procs pretty much a small blast in like a 5-foot radius around the target.
Okay.
Feels like an extra 3d10 damage to the target and creatures around it.
I would lower that damage, but I like it so far.
Yeah. Probably. It's only a couple times a day. So.
I would make it every time you sneak attack, and I would make it do less damage. Unless you have like a very different vision for it. Keep in mind, I haven't seen anything in the subclass. I don't necessarily have a different vision. I think that you could make it. I think you could make it limited use and make it stronger. That's totally fine. My gut with a 17th level feature for a rogue is to make it infinite use, but you definitely don't need to do that.
No, it's just that currently I have a resource system.
Oh, then use the resource system. Then use the resource system.
So I was just sort of automatically assuming I could tie it into that.
No, yeah, you totally can. You totally can, and you should. You should. That makes sense. Use the resource system.
But that's kind of the basic thing. Other than that, I was just wondering, because that's kind of boring in and of itself. Just a bit of tiny area of a bit of extra damage. I was thinking of like adding on like a either like the blinded or deafened condition.
If you're gonna
add
more features, then you definitely need to lower the damage, and you might want to consider making it single target. If your goal is keeping it area of effect and you want it to do something other than just extra damage too, I think blinded and deafened could be fine for a round, but it really can't be a crazy amount of damage. Especially like, just to think, like most rogues, their 17th level feature gives them essentially the same level of power as either a chance to get essentially a sneak attack amount of damage off again, or somewhere like a little bit less than that, or anywhere from like 3d6 damage to like 5d6 damage. Somewhere in between, like, basically, it gives them a chance to do somewhere between 3d6 and 5d6 damage on average. And a lot of that is going to depend on how powerful the rest of the subclass is. But if that's all single target. So as soon as you're making it go area of effect, you're making the potential damage a lot more. So you just need to tone that damage down to help match that. Because the average of 3 to 5 d6 extra damage per sneak attack is based on one target, should be where you're bouncing this off of.
Okay, that's fair enough. So how would since an area, a tiny area, but an area nonetheless, how would like
I'd probably make it like I'd probably make it like 2d8 or 2d10 damage in the 5-foot radius.
What if I keep that d6s like with the sneak attack? Make like 2 or 3 d6.
I think I would go I think 3d6. I wouldn't go more than 4d6 depending on how much resource it requires. And I think anywhere between 3 and
as it's currently priced, it would be like once for free, and then it could be, if it pretty much ignores the rest of the subclasses, so things it can do, it could possibly do it 5 more times.
But that's also not including anything else in the subclass.
Yeah,
that sounds good.
That would be pretty much the subclass.
Yeah. So if you're like not taking advantage of any of your other features, yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable.
Yeah, so like a 3d6 blast, and maybe
I would make it
3d6,
and then think about if you should make it go a little bit higher or a little bit lower, because I could see that needing to be 4d6. I could also see it going lower if it feels like it's too much. So I think starting at 3d6 sounds good. And that's 3d6 area of effect and essentially the same power as blinding / deafening. I think that's a good move. I think it's pretty solid.
Sure. Okay. Love you. Bye.
All right. See you, Matt. All right. I want to say something. I really, really like the idea of the 17th level feature of a rogue doing a burst of like a little burst of damage. That's really fun. I like that a lot. I like that move a lot. I made a rogue once that had a similar thing, except it didn't do a burst of damage. It did like a burst of fear, but it wasn't that good. It wasn't that well designed. Mine. This one is. I like what he did. Is doing better. What's up, chat? I'm getting burpy. What are the rules of joining the call? Look at them. They're right here. Here they are. Here they are, right there. See them? All right, let me grab Pope Val. Hey, Pope Val. You're deafened and muted. I wonder if you're gonna... Oh, now you're... Nope. Hello?
Oh.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good.
Welcome.
My question... Yeah, thank you. Requires a little bit of a backstory. My players and I, all obnoxious theater kids, every single one of us.
Okay.
So as their DM, it is my legal and moral responsibility to add musical numbers to the campaign.
Sure.
I was wondering if you had ever thought about doing this, and also, how many musical numbers do you think is too many? I'm aiming at like 1 or 2 per session.
Okay, I have 2 thoughts. I have written songs, very short songs that I've used in campaigns before. Here's what I would do. If I was going to be writing musical numbers for a campaign and the players were all excited by that idea, I would probably not do more than 1 a session, unless it was a special occasion. And I would also probably have one that was like the theme song of the campain that would almost act you know how like a good musical, there will be a melody or a line or something that is rehashed over and over again, like a theme song that is sort of tied within. I don't know how much you're actually doing musical composition, but that's, I would do something like that because you do want it to feel like it's a part of the thing, and you want the players to start to familiarize themselves with the melody, because it can also turn into the thing where the hard part of doing a musical number is the players can't participate in the musical number. So the more you can create opportunities for them to participate, the better. So this is what I would do if I were you. I would come up with make sure your songs have a chorus or some sort of rhythm or rhyme, almost like not necessarily drinking songs, but try to make them the type of song that if you hear the beginning of it, you can sort of sing along. Or turn them into songs where there's room for musical improv and you can bounce it to players, almost like a game where they can like participate in it. And then the really extreme thing to do, which you should not do all the time at all, but if you have big plot points coming up with any of your characters separately as the dungeon master, you should work with them on having songs. Here's the other thing. A real musical, the song is almost never what pushes the plot forward. The song is the reflection of the emotions and sort of the story the internal story that the character is going through. So I almost want to suggest you work with all of your player characters and have each of them work with you and write a song, so they have like a moment where like if I knew my dungeon master was going to be doing a musical theater style game, I would figure out a way. I would write a song that was essentially the equivalent of my character sharing their backstory to the other players, so I could do it musically. So I would do that. I would, whenever there's opportunities for players to make songs, because the thing is, they don't need to know what's going to be happening in the next session for them to make a song about how their character is feeling. Like, they can participate in the musical just as much if they focus the songs that they're doing on their interpersonal relationships, and you focus more on the narrative side or working with, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's the hurdle of a musical theater. The hurdle of a musical theater campaign is you don't want to be singing at your players the whole time. You want them to be singing with you. I love that idea, though. Listen, so I'm going to take what you said to heart, where you said your players are a bunch of theater nerds or whatever you said. And I think that if they truly are, and you truly are, this will be hella fun. But that's what I would do. I would make space for them to express their characters' feelings in song, and it could even be something where you could even do it like structurally. So, like, for example, in the campaign that I do in my podcast, we have campfire stories where basically it's an opportunity for the players to sort of express how their character is feeling, or like, you know, make up a story to share. You could sort of do that where you have like not sessions, it could be session 0, but like after big events where you intentionally have moments where the characters can soliloquy and go off and have their own sort of like, beseech the audience with their feelings, and they can plan for it if they wanted to, or just make it up as they go if they're more improv.
Yeah, I get that. There are some songs that have like a call and response aspect.
Call and response is huge. Anything where there can be a reoccurring line or melodies, anything that there's a lot of like, honestly, like good like gospel music is really good at this. Drinking songs are really good at this. Like sea shanty type songs are really good at this. In terms of just like building the structure of them, I would look to those to get ideas of how to build songs that are easy to sing along to even before the song is over. Because all of those songs, whether it's like gospel church music or like people on a boat music, they're all designed to make the audience become a part of them as the song goes.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, man, no problem. That was a really fun question. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, see you, Pope.
Have a one.
I hung up on him. He started to say something nice. Next is Mars people. Let's get some Mars people up in here. Mars people. Hello?
Hello.
How's it going, Mars people?
I'm fine.
What's new?
Yes. This time it's an actual question. Okay, so I have this game, right? And we are like closing in the story. And I know how to start a story, do the session 0 stuff, set boundaries, all the jazz. How do you end the game?
Now let me ask you a question. First of all, that's a great question. Do you mean how do you end the game? Like, how do you tie the story together in like the final arc? Or do you mean like how do you end the game, like they beat the final boss? How do I end it after that moment?
How do you tie it in?
I think that there are two things that you should think about. One is that your players are a resource here. So one of the things that you can start asking your players is to think about what they imagine the end of their character's story looking like within the game. You can just ask them that outside of the game. And they can tell you what they think. And then you can use that as like building blocks to tie things together. The other thing that you probably will need to do if you really want to tie everything together is make sure that you don't make all of the backstories go in such wildly different directions that you're like jumping over hoops to pull them together. So you might be past that, but a good way to do that in general is at a session 0, like really early, make sure that you are working with your players to come up with their backstories so that even if they don't notice that their backstories are intertwined, you have ways to make their backstories intertwined as you play the game, so they sort of become intertwined. That's just a good way to give yourself less work to do later. But I do think that there is going to need to be realistically a little bit of it not just feeling super magical. Sometimes there are going to be a little bit of needing to force things together, but it could be as simple as this character has this backstory that's over here, this character has this backstory that's over here, and then you build a new NPC that is tied to both of these that as some aspect of the final plot. So it's like things that, you know, maybe this one character is a part of what is making all of this stuff happen. The other thing that I would say, though, is it is kind of your player's job to end the story in a weird way. Your job as a dungeon master, you have to be way more heavy-handed towards the beginning of the campaign to get them in a direction. But once that train is going, the players are the ones that are driving it. So if you know the campaign is going to start coming to an end, or you want to start going in that direction, a good thing to do is to just start talking to your players about that, about what are the things they need to accomplish. How do you plan on having your players accomplish this thing? What does a happy ending look like for your player? That sort of thing. And get them to start trying to accomplish those goals, because you're never going to be able to tie everyone's backstory together if the players aren't actively trying to tie each other's backstories together also. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, if the players are, like, if I as a player am very interested in your player's backstory, and I make my character care about your character's backstory, that ties it in. You know what I mean? That's kind of all the tie-in you need, is just one of the characters going to another character and being like, hey, let's figure that shit out about your uncle. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's in there.
Okay.
Yeah, but the other thing that I would say is the very end, I think the very best way to end a campaign when you're truly at the end, it's like they fought the big bad and it's like the dust is settled, is you as the dungeon master completely let go of the reins, and you basically go in a circle and you tell everyone to just share their epilogue. And they can say whatever they want. And there's not dice rolls, there's no rules anymore. They get ownership over how their story ends as the credits roll. And players will do some really interesting things there, and it's very empowering and also very melancholy, which can help fit that vibe, because it is kind of also, there is a joy when a campaign ends, but there's also a sadness, and giving players that space to like just tell a story about how their character says goodbye, I think can be very helpful in navigating that, and also can make it end feeling really empowering. Because the last thing that you want is for the campaign to end and for a player to feel like they didn't get the send-off that they needed. And if you give them an epilogue, then they get to write their own send-off, sort of, you know?
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. All right.
Yeah, that's all.
All right, cool. Thank you for the call.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. That was Mars People. Let's get, I will say that my advice that I was giving there, I actually don't know how helpful it will be, because I think most of the work in tying the backstory together is best done at the beginning of the campaign. because by the time you get to the middle end of the campaign, there really isn't a right way to tie everything together because it entirely depends on where the branches are. Like, you do have to kind of get into the nitty-gritty specifics because there's going to be good ideas or bad ideas just depending on what the details of your campaign are at that point, you know? Let me grab Thorn. Chat, how you doing? Hey, Thorn.
Hello, it's Tom.
How are you?
Good. Very good.
Welcome to the show. What can I do for you on this fine
There we go.
occasion?
Well, I got a question. I'm at work right now, and I have I've just got a quick question. Let me know if you can help me out here. So,
Sure.
after punching the second of 3 plot coupons, the PCs discovered that following their current patron's quest might lead to unfavorable outcomes.
Mm-hmm. Hello? Thorn, you still here? You muted yourself. You muted yourself.
Did mute myself. Thank you. Sorry, I was having trouble with the echo.
You got to turn off stream. Oh, it's Tom,
How do I
not
do that?
Thorn. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Just mute stream. Just click the mute button on the stream, and then just listen on the Discord. Just wherever
It
you
automatically.
Are you on your phone? Oh boy.
No.
Tom.
No.
Can you hear me? I can't.
Sorry.
I'm not getting any echo, so I can hear you fine. If you have this stream up and there's echo, that's on you. You just got to mute whatever YouTube video you have. If I'm up on a YouTube, you just got to mute that.
Right, because we can hear each other on Discord. Oh my god. Thank you.
Jesus Christ. Come on, man. Come on. All right, let's go. You good? Can we talk now? You back? You ready?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
So,
I was calling you Thorn. I'm sorry. You're Tom. I apologize.
It's okay.
Correct me
appreciate your
next
patience.
time. Don't make. I'd much rather you correct me so I can say your name right than you be polite.
I think I tried to, but I was still figuring out my technical issues. So we got there in the end.
No, the Thorn is. We have a Matt Thorn. He's different. Hi, Matt. What can I do for you today?
Yeah, so they've done 2 of 3 plot points, but if they do the whole, they learned that if they do the whole quest, things might be bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now they have the option to either sail straight to that 3rd plot point and complete the quest, or seek out a library that holds more information about consequences.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they're going to do, and I need to prepare enough content to fill the next session based on their choice. My prep time is pretty limited, so how can I effectively prepare for both scenarios?
How should you prepare for both scenarios? Do you like planning?
Yeah. My planning time is kind of limited, though. I really like planning. I like doing, like, point form, if that, then this. But I'm also really comfortable sort of throwing that away and just going with it. But I feel like I need.
And you have no idea
something-
which direction they're going to go in.
I really don't. Yeah, they left it super ambiguous.
Then I would just plan a little bit in both and be ready to improv where you need. That's what I would do. And if there's a direction you want to go in, just make, we can pull some strings and make that happen.
Yeah, I do want to get them to check out the library. How do you think I would soft push them in that direction?
Well, there's a couple ways, right? You could have that. You could tie some other thing that they need or are looking for, whether that's an NPC or piece of information, to the library. You could even make it so, like, if they need to travel through if they need to, if the library is just for information and they could just hop, skip, and travel somewhere, maybe in order for them to hop, skip, and travel somewhere, they need to talk to somebody, and they go talk to that person, and that person is at lunch with somebody that works at the library, something like that, so maybe they're not going to the library, but they can meet an NPC that could sort of hold the same information that the library could hold going along the path towards the thing that they want to do.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, you've got my mind spinning.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Like I would boil down the information that you want them to get at the library, and instead of thinking about how to force them in a direction, play the game of what else could give them this information.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. Just have that sort of information available in a couple different ways.
ttrpg Toria says, tell them to not go to the library. That's actually a pretty good idea too. It's a pretty good idea too.
I'll try that.
As soon as you tell someone not to do a thing, they definitely are going to try to do that thing. That's so funny.
I mean, if they ask their patron who's trying to get this done, that's definitely what they're going to say.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, man, no problems. Sorry that we had a little moment at the beginning where your tech wasn't working, but I was glad we got it fixed.
Yep.
All right.
Me too.
See you
Thank
later,
you for
buddy.
You're so patient. I'm a real big fan.
Well, I'm glad you're a fan. I'm not that patient. But also, I apologize that I got your name wrong and missed you correcting me. Chat was like, was like, he said it right. He corrected you. You missed it. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry. All right, buddy. Have a good one. Don't be a stranger, and see you later. That was Tom. All right, let's get a Hawaiian juice box. What a name. Hawaiian juice box. That's a good name. Hey, I'm not in the Discord or anything, but I would still be able to ask to proper roleplay my character. I just need some help. You won't be able to call in if you're not in the Discord, but you also don't need to stay in the Discord. You can just hop in for the call and then leave it immediately afterwards. Hawaiian juice box. What's up, buddy?
Hello, Cinder.
How are you?
I'm okay. I had to mute the stream and watching it with the delay is weird.
Oh, no, it's the worst.
So I had kind of two questions. One is a player and one is a DM, which I'll do the DM one because that's a little bit longer. Yeah. I'm new to it, sort of. I haven't done a full campaign, but I've done like one-shots and small things like that.
Uh-huh.
And so for my campaign that I'm going to be running for people, one of the things I found the most fun with the world building is making cursed items.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a thing. I want to know if this idea intrigues you and maybe would get you to use a cursed item.
Sure.
A cycle of weapons based on the 7 deadly sins and the 7 virtues.
I think that could be fun. Here's what I'd say. I am usually hesitant to make players have cursed items that affect the personality of their characters. So I would be hesitant in my games to put in an item that forced somebody to be full of greed or wrath or lust or anything like that. The way that I usually do magic items is sort of like a monkey's paw give and take. Like you get something really cool, but you are legitimately hampered in some way. And I might make it roleplay adjacent, but I would have that be reflected in skills related stuff. Like just because I don't know. I don't like taking away. I don't like forcing players to figure out how to change the emotions of their character in a way that isn't reactive. Like I totally am down for a character to change because they're cursed, they have disadvantage on all charisma checks, and they're like crazy and they have to like deal with that emotionally. But I don't like telling a player like you're evil now, or like you always lean into violence first now, because then, at least in my experience, it sort of turns into the player being like, okay, I guess that's my character, and then they sort of don't pay attention to anything narrative character wise until that turns off. So the only time that I would do like the super short term, like you're evil now, would not be in a cursed item. It would be like in a cursed room, where it would be like part of the trap of a room, where it would really only affect them for that encounter.
Okay.
But your players might like that. That's very much just an opinion thing.
Yeah. I kind of understand that because nobody likes having their agency taken away.
Yeah.
What I was leaning towards is it's like a soft thing, but it will demand after like a week or something, if you don't go about being the embodiment of this sin or even the virtue, because the virtues are cursed items too, they will eventually try to force you.
So
But
what
it's
I would do
long.
then
It would
is
be
I
long.
would figure out a very specific task that can represent the embodiment of that virtue or sin, and then not have it and write it like that. So like if you were doing wrath, then make it like you have to kill someone, you have to get into an argument with someone, you have to get someone mad at you enough to try to kill you that normally wouldn't. And like make it very specific what they have to do. So it's not like they have to interpret it, but it's more like it feels more like a toll that they have to pay. Because that will also allow them to gamify it a little bit, where they can think about what are the best strategies to engage with this, which is a way to make it a little bit more fun, you know?
Okay, that's good. All right, I'll keep that in mind because
Yeah, man.
I haven't fully fleshed them out. And then the player one, which is much shorter,
I also would just say, and this is not to make any assumptions, but I would be hesitant with I would be very thoughtful about the way you step through that, because if you are doing the 7 deadly sins, you are inevitably going to be stepping in spaces that are potentially things that people aren't comfortable with. I would avoid putting players in situations where they as players don't feel comfortable. So I would vibe check with your party before you did anything too weird.
Oh yeah, that idea I already had, because I had the idea if like even if it's a minor change, I want my player to be on board with it. Otherwise, I'm not gonna bother.
Cool.
I just wanted to make it because I thought the idea was
cool. But yeah, I think it could work very well. I think it could work very well.
And then short player question, because I'm having decision paralysis for a druid that I want to play in the next campaign I play, which is up in the
Druid
air.
of
I don't know
Stars.
when.
Go Druid of Stars.
No. But I'm doing the backstory first.
Okay.
And the backstory for this druid, basically they're a drug dealer.
Okay, cool. I have a great idea. Go Druid of Stars. It's the best one. You could also go. Actually, you know what would be a good one for being a drug dealer? I think would be the one that's like the Fey one. The circle of what's the Fey one? Guys, chat. What's the Fey one? The circle of the it's not glamour. It's the circle of Dreams. Yeah, go Circle of Dreams.
Okay.
So Circle of Dreams at 2nd level, you get a little extra magic healing, which is very good. And you could flavor that as like you're throwing, positive things. And then the 6th level feature is like you create like a really chill den whenever you rest. So you could have like the vibes go out. That's what I would do if I were you. I'd lean in that direction.
All right, that's good. That helps me narrow things down a lot.
Spores could also be good if you want to be more of like the dark side of it. That's true.
Yeah. I think it would be it's most of the characters I play are like chaotic good or chaotic neutral.
Yeah, go check out Circle of Dreams and see if it excites you. If Circle of Dreams excites you, check that out. If Circle of Dreams doesn't excite you, I still would consider looking at Circle of Stars just for the flavor of it. Or like Spore Druid could work too. But yeah, I would lead, or Shepherd could kind of work too. Like the totems could represent, like, I don't know, you putting out weird little vending machines or something. Yeah, but yeah, Circle of Dreams is where my head goes.
All right, sweet.
Cool, man.
Mahalo for all that.
Cool. Thank you very much. Thank you for the call.
Yep.
All
Bye-bye.
right, bye. That was Hawaiian Juice Box. Let me grab Derek. Derek, if you're watching the stream and you want to come on, we only have about 6 people left in the waiting room. So if you want to join, there's the instructions, but no pressure, 0 pressure. Let me grab Derek. Hey Derek, what's up, dude?
Oh, hello.
How are you?
I'm doing good. A little bit sick, but that's okay.
Ugh, sorry, brother bear. What can I help you with today?
So I recently started a new campaign, and I started it basically on a high magic floating city that I then immediately knocked all of the players off of. So we ended our last session falling through the sky.
Cool. That's really, really cool. That is a great way to end a session. Love that.
With half of them unconscious.
Okay. I love this. So far, so great.
So the area that they're gonna be like landing down in, I want it to be like a much lower level, low magic world that like nobody from up above knows about.
Cool.
and I have nothing planned for that yet. So I'm just kind of interested in like.
Do you want it to be high tech? What's the tech? Regardless of magic, what's the tech level / like what are they at? Are these
much
like
lower?
So is this
Well,
like
so,
like
yes,
caveman level or
no,
like
like,
Victorian England or like medieval?
I'm thinking like early medieval. It's like potentially not even up to plate armor.
Okay, so here's what I would do if I were you. I would start really small. Let the players figure out what this world is. Not immediately, which gives you space to figure out the details. This is truly how I would start it. I would have them like land in a field, like and like bump into like farmers, like in the middle of fucking nowhere, and like real like, hello there. Oh, something came from the sky, Margaret. Like really not knowing what's going on, and have them see the people as like angels, like have them misinterpret them as like divine beings. And then maybe have them be like Margaret, our prayers were answered. The gods of the sun sent down some warriors to help us battle the ogre that's been eating all the sheep. And it's sort of like have the locals like misinterpret them as like divine entities that are come down to like help them deal with some local issue. And that could be a good way to like sort of introduce them into the world where they pretty quickly realize like, oh, being a wizard here means that I am seen as like a demigod because
not only that, they're 12th level. So
oh yeah. So I would say the locals should give them no threat, truly no threat. The locals should either be utterly terrified of them or like assume that they're there to help, but like not help like you're heroes. Like here, like my prayers have been answered, and then also there should be some sort of creature that matches the vibe of that time period. It could be like a Bahir, not like some sort of large primal monster that is like terrorizing the locals that they could assume that the heroes are there to help deal with. And then what you could do is, even if they do help deal with that monster, you could have whatever reason that monster is there tied to the larger plot in some sort of nuanced way where like maybe like
there's still a villain already for them.
Yeah, and it's like, let's go with the Bahir. You know what? The Bahir is like a giant electric lizard. CR11 solid monster. Like, they could interpret it as like, okay, this is just like the local version of a dragon. And then maybe in its lair, there's some structural stuff that like the players might just be like, that's odd. They won't really think about it. But then as they're exploring, they'll realize, oh, this kingdom is like held away from magic by a storm giant. And that Bahir we killed was like one of its pets that it's using to keep these people from like getting too powerful. Or like, it's like anytime this civilization starts to get any information, this secret ruler like sends their monsters out to kill people. And it's almost like they can sort of haphazardly realize that monster that they fought when they first got here wasn't a throwaway monster. It was like integrally tied to the plot. It's like, oh, we should go back to that place because that place had information that we didn't think to look for. You know what I mean? And you could sort of do a loop-de-loop that they didn't expect to be a loop-de-loop.
Yeah, I greatly admire your DM brain.
Well, I greatly admire your desire to make 1 million magic items. But that's where my head would go. But keep it simple to start. The whole key of this, the whole key to this is that you don't actually need to know that much about the world yet. You only need to know enough about the world to inform them first interacting with it. And if the first interaction they have with it is like middle of nowhere, a farm and some fields, then you don't need to know more than what the local peasants would know. You could even have it so some of their magic doesn't work. So here's what I would do. I would make it so if they have any sort of ridiculously long-form teleportation, like maybe conjuration and divination magic is a little fucked up here, and you don't explain why, and that's like a mystery of it, and that could tie into whatever force it is that is trying to keep this place low and separate, But that would prevent them from like teleporting across the world or like scrying on the big bad immediately.
Yeah. I really like that.
Cool.
If I could ask a quick follow-up question.
You get a quick one.
So as I told you that the last session ended with them dropping through the sky.
Yeah.
Into like a weird purple void thing.
Yeah.
What would you do for like transitioning them from, oh no, you're falling through the sky, half of you are unconscious, to now you're on the ground, whatever, in the middle of this field.
I think you have two options. You could do the Dungeon Master superpower, where you just describe something and they're like, this doesn't make any sense, and you don't worry about it. And then if they're like, what is happening? You'll be like, yes, you'll have to figure it out. And you could literally just make it happen. Like you guys, everything fades to purple, and you feel like you're falling, and then you don't feel anything at all, and then you feel the prickle of grass on the back of your neck, and you hear birds, and the purple fades, and you're looking up at a sky. You could literally just do it like that. Or you could have them like fall through like a bunch of trees so that they slow down, or they could fall into water. Or, there's like things you could do like that. But I would, if I were you, I probably would do the weird, just sort of fade in.
Okay.
And then when they wake up, have it be like there's like it looks like there's an imprint around them, or maybe even more than an imprint. Maybe like, how like when a meteor falls, there's like a little hole.
Crater.
So crater. Thank you. So instead of there being a crater, what if where they land in the field, there's like signs, like alien like there's like a corn crop circle style imprint, almost like implying that some magic like placed them there and like built this crop circle around them where they appear in the center of. It could also influence why the people think that they are some sort of divine otherworldly gift or something.
Okay, cool. Both of your ideas have reminded me of books, so that's helpful because I can use those for inspiration now.
Yeah, man, use them. All right, buddy.
All right.
Thank you. See ya. Click. Oh, let's get Dragonus. Hello.
Hello, my friend. It's good to have you back with us all again.
It's good to be back, bud. It's good to be back. How are you?
Oh, not too bad, just doing the old Family Guy thing. But I've got a significantly less interesting question than all of our lovely chatters here.
What an intro.
I like to keep expectations low. That way, when I inevitably don't meet them, it's not as bad.
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
So, recently, we've been asking about the ability to train yourself in proficiencies beyond the standard ones during downtime. Like the way that with 250 gold pieces and 250 days of time, you can train yourself with a new tool proficiency or with a new language proficiency. But if you look into later books, like when they introduce the Artificer, because the firearm is a non-standard one, they call back to that section about learning firearm proficiency during downtime by talking to your DM about it. How big of an impact and how ill-advised is it to allow players, like during downtime, to gain weapon proficiencies, to gain skill proficiencies? I know that armor is probably the most dangerous thing to be able to give out as proficiency.
So I would not give... So the one thing... I wouldn't do it with armor, period. Just flat out. Wouldn't do it with armor. The way that I would do it is, if it was going to be with weapons, it would be like you are learning one weapon. You're not learning martial weapons. You're learning the longsword.
Yeah.
Same with languages, same with skills. It would be one. And the way that I would do it, and this is how I've done it in the past, is in order for you to train in it, you need there to be someone else that is proficient in it to spend the same amount of time that you like. Basically, you need someone to train you. So
a proper master.
So not even a proper master, but like if the barbarian is in a group with the cleric, they could work, and the cleric has proficiency in insight, the barbarian could work with the cleric to get proficiency in insight. And the way that I would do that is it would take a lot of time, and then more so than a lot of time, it would require essentially narrative skill checks. So if you want to train with the cleric, if the barbarian and the cleric want to train so the barbarian can get proficiency in insight, I would make the players tell me what they're doing to practice. Not just say we're practicing, they actually need to come up with it. And then I would make them roll to determine how successful each session was, or maybe each week of training, depending on what sort of time skip you were doing. And they
a certain number of successes they have to wind up reaching before.
Yeah, and basically the idea would be that it would take a while, and there would be a not insubstantial chance that there would be some times where they didn't learn anything new. But it would be like basically like this many hours worth of successes would equal you getting this proficiency. And I would probably do it really slowly. Like, I'm talking like multiple levels. Like, giving someone more skills is very, very strong. And if you want to start introducing that option into the game, I think the way to do it well is to not make it so you want to. This is how I would I wouldn't want my players to have the mindset of I can get trained in lots of skills. I would want my players to have the mindset of I could over the course of the campaign, I could probably learn one more skill. What would that one skill be? So like, this would be like, it would be the kind of thing where maybe in real time, it would probably take more than 10 sessions of interacting at least a little bit with that. And realistically, I wouldn't let players do that more than once or twice a campaign.
All right. Well, I really appreciate you, spending this time of yours with us, sharing your talent and everything. Thanks for letting me come out and say hey, bud.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, Patrick has a good idea. Also, the gaining and lowering of features definitely is doing it in tiers. Makes a lot of sense. All right, cool. See you, Dragonus. Hannah is not here. Hannah was here for the first hour and a half, 2 hours. But you can still check out all her stuff in the comments, and if you want to see her, you can skip ahead to the beginning of the video. All right, see you, Pat. All right, let me grab Rex. Hey, Rex.
Oh, hello.
How are you?
I'm alright. Can I be heard? Alright, let me mute.
You're a little quiet. If you could be louder, that would be great, but I can make you a little louder.
How does this work? Is this better?
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, okay. You don't like being complimented, but this DM help thing, I have been trying to do this with Ely forever.
Okay, we should be back. We should be back. We should be back. We should be back. Let's see. Are we back? I think we're back. Hey, nice. All right. Somebody was asking me if I could put the list on screen. I don't think I can right now. Everything is fucking up. So give me 1 second.
There. Oh.
Hello. Okay, I think we're back again. So, Dice Admiral, the answer to your question is no. I cannot put the list up because it seems to be crashing the stream every time. Just pay the fuck attention in the Discord. Stop asking me for stuff that's going to crash the stream. All right. Hi, Rex. How's it going?
Hello. It's going wonderful. Most important. I have a list in front of me of, like, the questions, and I was...
Pick one. Pick one question.
Most important one. I am attempting to run. I am setting up a hex crawl adventure where the general premise is that the players work for a guild, particularly one of the Eberron households. I love Eberron.
Okay.
Or maybe like one of the princes in the Lazar principalities. There's so little information about that.
I know nothing about these, so if your question is specific to any of those, I won't be able to help you. But what is your question?
How to properly how to properly transition into events. How to properly transition into events that I am putting in front of the players, like
how to introduce new plot points and new things happening.
Yes, I want them to basically go out and explore for these people.
Mhm.
And one of my biggest um downfalls is when something comes up, like it can be a trap or it can be a new location, and I just freeze. I will shut down. And I find transitioning from one point to another awful, and a hex crawl is all that. But I want to do it so badly.
Then you should plan. Okay. If you aren't good at improvising transitions, you need to plan them. If you know your players are going to be heading to one of these 3 hexes, then you should, and you don't know which one, make sure you have a game plan ready for when they go into them. You should think about it like have a description, have like a bullet point of 3 or 4 descriptions of a location, have a bullet points of 3 or 4 NPCs that are going to be in that place, random encounters or things like you just if your issue is freezing up, then the best thing that you can do is give yourself a reference that you can look to quickly. So just give every little area, I think, a reference. And if you know a transition is going to be happening where you're going to be like changing the plot or the tone in a direction, then you can really plan all of that stuff ahead of time because you know you're going to be just imposing that on the story, But if the issue is you freeze up, then I think that you need to don't force yourself to rely on improv so much. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like have if my I know have a list of stuff that can happen for each hex. So if they go to this thing, I can be like, boom, I can just throw this. When you come into this portion of the island, you find this. Because I was wondering, like, do I have it so that they have to search around and find it?
Well, look, the key to making a hex crawl interesting is to make it so all of the hexes have unique things that they can interact with. So you gotta like that. That's what it comes down to. So like if they're hunting for a object, then you're gonna need to make sure that there are different things in the hex that they can interact with to seek that object out. Whether that's people that might know or locations that might have like environmental clues and things like that. So you're going to want to like pepper in things for them to interact with or things to interact with them that are going to push them in that direction. Maybe there's a merchant whose wagon is being besieged by monsters. So they fight the monster. They're walking and they see a wagon that's getting attacked. They fight the monsters, kill the monsters, and then they talk to the merchant, and then that merchant not only will be grateful, but can also give them information that may or may not be pertinent to them. That merchant might be helpful in some way. And then you're just going to want to make sure each of the hexes feels different so that they feel like they're changing and progressing through environments. Otherwise, they're not going to feel like that much new stuff is happening, Like, each hex should probably also have, like, at least 1 or 2 unique, interesting locations. Like, the thing is, I don't really run hex crawls at all. But if you do want to run a hex crawl, you either do need to really be comfortable improvising or build it out where it's like you are putting at least a little bit of detail and specificity into every hex. So as soon as they start moving towards another hex, you know what unique things are going to be getting in their way, you know what unique things are going to be helping them, and you know what unique special wildcard things could happen in that place, etc.
Okay, I see. I can do that.
Like, think about it sort of the same way that you would if you were building a character, where when you build a character for D&D, at least for me, I might write out a full crazy backstory, but I will probably have like a bullet list of like the important NPCs to my backstory's name and like my relationship motivation, so I can like quickly look at that. And like, you're going to want that. You basically want to make yourself a cheat sheet. But instead of for your character motivation for the hexes or the world.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks you for the call, Rex. And have a good one. Be well out there in the world.
Bye.
Click. That was Rex. Next we have Onion Kid. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. How's it going?
Oh, great. How are you doing, Cinder?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for the call.
Hey, I'm glad I was able to join because I actually have a mechanic I have been working to implement in my game,
Uh-huh.
and I want your thought on it. It's a little bit in depth, so I'll go over it as fast as possible, not to, not to take up too much of your time.
Mm-hmm.
So, in my campaign I'm doing, I'm going to be introducing a new mechanic called the Limit Breaker system.
Okay.
So, the Limit Breaker system uses will points, and what that is basically, the character's inner will that helps them push them a little bit further beyond type of situation. So, the characters get 5 plus half the character's level rounded down in will points, and with those will points, they can spend those points on their turn or as a reaction to use a limit breaker.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, Fury dice is you get to add a additional d6 to your weapon attack, similar to like a small smite. What's called self-preservation is a chance to re-roll on a saving throw to see if you can succeed. Action ferocity gives you another action.
Okay, I'm
And
going to stop you right
yes.
there. These all sound interesting, but they're radically different from each other. So, what is your question?
Well, my question is because I want to make my players feel strong. My players are constantly in danger in my campaign, and I want to help them feel more empowered when things get really desperate. I want them to have options that they're normally not available in 5e. So I've made this little system to help them potentially feel more powerful in more desperate moments. I will also like to mention that these points are limited to that level. So once you spend all that points, you don't get any more until you
You're
level
still not
up.
asking your question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm saying this. There's enough going on here that I kind of want to hear what the question is before I need to ask what too many of the mechanics are. I might be able to help with that. I don't know if I need the deep dive you're giving.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. So I just basically want to know if any of this just off the bat just sounds too much, because again, I want to make them feel powerful in a new, interesting way, as we've all been playing for years. And I was wondering if potentially, again, off of how it sounds, would this be a little too much? Could this be maybe exploited in different ways that I'm not thinking of?
So so here's what I'll say. If each one of them is a radically unique and different mechanic, then more than likely a few of them can be exploitable. What you've described are going in a bunch of different directions. So I don't know how much I would be able to, I would have to go through every single one and say, here's this, here's this, here's this, here's this. So I'm not going to do that. But what I will say is there are certain things that are more exploitable than others. Adding to attack roll, adding to AC are way more exploitable than others because D&D is designed around something called bounded accuracy, which basically means I got schmutz on me because I'm eating. Is you're never supposed to have too much extra to hit or too much extra you can't be hit. The game is just not designed for that. But the other side of it is going to be, especially if you're making these really custom, it's really just going to depend on your players. And what I would do if I were you is, instead of worrying about if your players could cheese the game or break the game with this, just talk to them about it. Tell them what your goal is. Say, guys, I want to introduce this system because I want you guys to really feel super powerful. So these are the mechanics I'm planning on implementing. I don't want you to try to figure out gimmicks for them to break the game. I want you to use them to feel strong, but if you find a way, a loophole that makes this way stronger than it's intended to be, I'm just going to make that loophole not work.
Fair enough. Okay.
Just tell them your intention so they can lean into it with you. Because I do think a lot of the time, especially if you're introducing a very complicated homebrew mechanic, which this is, and I don't mean complicated in that it's very hard to do, but I complicated there's a lot going on. You sort of hit this road at a certain point where it's are you on the same team as your players or not? And I think in a good D&D game, you should be on the same team as your players. And when you introduce a new mechanic, your goal is making the game feel more fun. And they should appreciate that. And they shouldn't be seeing you introducing a new mechanic as you introducing a new way for them to mess with your game. So I think if you're in a good headspace with that, where you guys feel like you're on the same team and they're not trying to game the system, then I think almost anything could work. If they are the type of players that are trying to game the system, then a lot of stuff is going to game the system very easily because they're looking for ways to do it.
Yeah. Okay. Now that's completely fair.
Yeah, man.
All right. Well, thank you for listening. Again, there is a lot to it that is on paper it looks like, but overall it's pretty simple to understand. And I'm glad you were able to just listen out a little bit. About it.
Man. No problem. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate the share.
Yeah, man. You have a good day now. See ya.
All right. Bye. All right. Let's grab Dice Admirable. Hey, buddy.
Hey,
you gonna crash? You gonna crash the stream again? I'm just kidding.
Hopefully not.
I don't know what that was. I have to clean it. So that I think that like something was fucked up in my OBS for wherever I put that, and it was like, literally, it was like I turned that thing on and it crashed, and it happened like 2 or 3 times. It was crazy.
I don't do any streaming stuff. It sounds really complicated.
I have no idea. It's sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. I don't know. I'm sure I'm not smart enough to know when I do something stupid. But what's up, buddy? How can I help you?
Yeah, I got a sort of a general question on pacing versus player agency. So, often we'll have a scenario where, let's say, for example, oh boy, I should have come in with an example. Let's just say, for example, they're going down some stairs into a dungeon, and they open the door, and I tell them there's some stairs. They ask some questions or whatever, and then I would say something like, okay, you guys go down the stairs, and at the bottom you find it blank. Or whatever, right? But then I end up bumping up against some characters who are like, wait, I would want to do this on the way down, or like, oh, you assumed this and that isn't true, or it's like, or if I'm running traps against passive perception or something, they're like, wait a second, I would have wanted to check the room for traps and you walked past it. But it also drags the game to an absolute crawl if every single time that the characters could do something, I ask everyone if they want to do something. And I've had this problem. I've been running D&D for over 10 years, but I still have this problem with my groups where it's just like, either I just wait until everyone says that they're done and then I can narrate something, or I get players who are just like, no, I definitely would have done this thing. And then it feels bad for me because like I'm trying to keep the scene or the pace moving. But also I don't want to just be like, no, you stepped on a trap and you couldn't have done anything. That's and trap is not a great example. Usually it's not like a trap, right? So like I've talked about the jungle game I'm doing before, so it might be more like, oh, you stumbled across these people and it's like, oh well, I would have been scouting ahead and looked for them, and right, like you get the like, I think they're usually very reasonable requests. Off the top of my head, I'm not coming across with great examples, but that's sort of the general gist of my question. Is
I think that if you're doing something like larger travel, then I think a good thing to do is to ask players how they are engaging with the travel before they start it. And you can do that in a couple ways. You could basically give them skill checks that they could like do together or like assign to them. Basically being like, which one of you is trying to make sure you don't get lost? Which one of you is looking for traps? Which one of you, things like that. And then give one player one role each. You could also do things where you give them like a group check where you're like, what is your group's goal here? Is your priority sneaking? Is your priority noticing what's out there? Is your priority, like whatever? And then everybody rolls and it's like they have to collectively reach a certain number. On occasion, I will let players like retroactively make a check, but I try really hard to make very clear to my players that I will not surprise throw something at you, but I am just one brain, and it really isn't my job to make sure that you are using your character's skills. It's really your job. So I kind of feel like if I'm like, okay, so you guys are going to spend the next 2 hours marching through the jungle. Is there anything you want to be doing while you're marching? And nobody says anything, then that's on them. Like if you didn't say, I'm going to be scouting ahead to look for encampments, or I'm going to be scouting ahead to see if there's anything that we spot, then when something comes upon you, when somebody says, I would have been scouting ahead, I'm going to say, you had the chance to say you were going to. Because it's really not... You have a lot to keep track of as a dungeon master. And I feel like it is very kind to try to make sure players are able to be using their things, but assuming that your players aren't new. If your players are new, I sort of feel like you should be reminding them of what they can do, because they need to get in that headspace of like it's their game, and they have a lot of agency. But if they're players you've been playing with for a while, certainly if they've been playing for a couple years, I would set a base tone and let them know that it's like, guys, I'm going to make space like when you're traveling for you guys to decide how you're traveling or things like that. But if you want your character to be doing a thing, you need to let me know that you're going to be doing that thing.
Right. So you think it makes sense if they're doing repeated, like the jungle thing, it is going to be that for dozens of sessions, walking through the jungle, to set a base version of that? Like,
what do you? I mean, it depends. Yeah, it almost becomes its own mini game where it's like who is going to be in charge of what during travel, and that can impact quite a bit in terms of what they find, what they don't find, how easy travel is, what sorts of encounters they see along the way. If I don't run super travel heavy games unless they are very action and goal oriented, and in those games I try to make the travel feel pretty different between sessions, but I don't base that so much on the large swaths of travel, and I base it more on like the goal of the travel in that session and what things specifically are hindering them or they're like coming across, because that can dramatically turn things into different types of mini games. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I guess it does end up being mostly for travel, but I have run across it. I thought of the question earlier today, and then I lost all my brain examples. But
that's okay.
I have run across the general concept in other scenarios, right? Where it's like, dungeons, a house, or talking to people, and it's like, oh, I would have done this, or they shouldn't have been able to do that, or whatever, right? Like,
if anyone retroactively is like, wait a minute, I had this power, so they couldn't have done that, I'm fine with that. But players. If players forget to use features or don't think to look for a thing, that's on them, in my opinion. I don't try to be mean about it. Like, if somebody says, like, for example, if there's, like, a long hallway, and somebody's like, I'm checking for traps, and they roll a 22, I'm not going to reveal one trap and then have 5 feet later there be another trap, and they should have made another check. I'm going to make that skill check be like, that one skill check represents basically that skill check for that potential encounter.
Right.
It's the same thing with insight. Like, I don't let somebody roll insight every second of a conversation. I let them roll insight once for the totality of the conversation. And usually, if a bunch of people want to roll insight, I will stop and I will say, one of you can roll insight, and the other one can take the help action to help that person. There are circumstances where I think it makes sense for you to stack skill checks, but usually I will lean into the narrative of a skill check, because skill checks really aren't... There are certain skill checks where it is hitting a button. It is like, I hit the skill check to do a thing. But just as often as that is the case, skill checks represent the narrative of your character or the team doing all of the attempts to do the thing. Like, if somebody rolls a 2 on an athletics check and they can't climb the tree, I don't let them roll another athletics check to try to climb the tree. That 2 represents all of them trying. What I might do is I might say, you could take 10 minutes in-game or an hour in-game to automatically succeed, or maybe not even automatically succeed, automatically roll a 10 plus whatever your skill is. So you're sacrificing time, or you're sacrificing something to just succeed, or maybe not to succeed, but to like get a mid-roll. But I try to push taking 10. Yeah, exactly. I try to limit the extra doing of the thing. And if you aren't interested in the idea of having them roll again and do another thing again every single time they're about to start travel again, then I think that becomes a larger, more philosophical question, which is like, Why are you that requires you to do a thing that you don't want to do? Like, figure out how to not have to do that thing. Change the pace of the game somewhat so you can just avoid that issue, if that's an issue. If you like that, then you don't need to worry about it. But if it's an issue, like, why are you forcing yourself to face that issue?
Right. Yeah. Okay. So probably if I were to boil this down, it would be give them a very clear opportunity before a scenario to determine how they're entering that scenario, and then just keep it going from there. Proceed.
Yeah, that's how I would do it. That's how I would do it. And there's times to change that, right? There's times to, like, something just happens. There's times where they're going to have more planning time than others. Like, it doesn't need to be an exact science, but I do think doing the thing where you sort of have a base level of I am now vocalizing space for you guys to prepare how you want to leave this space or enter into this new space. Do what you want, and then we'll make roles that will represent the totality of your success in that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh shit.
I think that makes sense.
Cool.
Probably just not being clear enough going in that, like, it's probably just like, hey, we're going to start marching today, and we roll, and then we go, and we have like one roll, and then you get the players who did not say something ahead of time. And
then you know what you say to them? This is what you do. And I love my players to death. I love them dearly. And you know what I say then? I say, well, now you know for next time.
That's a good idea. That's a good phrase to keep in my back pocket.
It's like, yep, don't forget. You got to do that. And you can remind them. You can say, you can say, like, this isn't me trying to be antagonistic. I'm running the game. It is not my job to look over your shoulders and make sure you're using all your abilities. It's your job.
Right.
That's what I would do. That is what I do. A very common phrase that I use to my players is like, yeah, that would have been a great thing to think of. That would have been great. And then people are like, but and then sometimes it does make sense. Like, if it's like, it really, like, your character would have known the thing that sometimes, but if it's like a whole course of action, then no, if they're too late, they're too late.
That makes sense.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for your question, Dice.
Yeah. I want to say these streams are very helpful as a forever DM. I don't get to see other people playing for me, and I don't really consume a lot of like online D&D stuff. I just don't really get into it, but it's really helpful to get information from another DM right on the spot.
Oh, sure, for sure. Yeah, the reason why I do these is because I feel like that is why, because they're fun and helpful. And I don't have enough. I don't know. I'm slowly but surely trying to collect people that are in the content creator space that want to play D&D with me, that I feel like I can have good chemistry with, and that would be good players. And then at some point, maybe I will start running a game online. But until then, I don't want to, because I do think it is very, very easy to do a live stream game and have it be kind of unwatchable. And I don't want to do that. Yeah. So until then, these are the kinds of streams I'm going to be doing.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
Appreciate it. I watched a little bit earlier with your guest, and she was great too.
Yeah, so. Hannah's badass. Yeah, she's cool. All right, cool. All right, see you, buddy.
Thanks.
That was Dice. Let's get the Basilisk in here. Hey, Basilisk, what's up? I'd love to ask another question in the Discord. Would it be? No, you can come back in. You can come back in. I might not get to you, but if you want to get back in line, you certainly can get back in line. Basilisk, you got to unmute, buddy, or I'm going to have to hang up on you.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's okay. What's up? How's it going?
Good. You?
Very, very good. How can I help you today?
I wanted to ask a question on a homebrew class.
Sure.
Well, more of an idea for a homebrew class.
All right, if you're about to pitch a homebrew class, I'm going to say do not ramble. If this is a broad question and the question is what do you think, you got to sell this thing to me very fast.
It's more of just kind of an outline, but
that's what I'm saying is you need to sell me on this idea. This question is not a question. This question is sharing an idea, and that's fine, but you need to sell me on the idea very quickly, because I'm not going to sit and listen to 10 minutes as you explain it.
All right, fair. It's a class where your main source of damage is your HP. You take however many HP points and use that for your damage die. whether it be for like a spell or conjuring a weapon or whatever.
So I think that idea can be a lot of fun. Here's what I'm going to say. The hardest part about making classes, there's two parts that have to fit together when you are making a class. And I'm actually going to say there's three main pillars to making a class. And they have to all work together. And it is what makes making a class so difficult, because a lot of them really fight against each other. The two that fight against each other are, one, is that it has to be incredibly unique from level 1. It has to bring something new to the table where whenever I'm reviewing a class on stream, I never read past level 2, because if your class doesn't feel significantly unique by level 2, my question is, why does this exist? It needs to be its own thing very early. Otherwise, it can and probably should just be a subclass, because it is so much easier to make subclasses. It's like, why are you making life so hard to make a class? Now you're answering that question, because that mechanic is very unique. Very unique. So if that is the mechanic that you're leaning into by level 1, then you may have already be answering that question, which is wonderful. The next question that you have to answer, which is the one that is hard when balanced against the unique, is it has to be balanced against every other single class. So if you are making a unique mechanic that allows you to sacrifice hit points to deal damage, it cannot be any stronger than a fighter. It cannot be any stronger than a wizard. It cannot be any stronger than a paladin or a barbarian. It needs to sit comfortably in all of those in the same space as all of those other classes. If you're running a D&D game of 4 players and one of them is playing your unique class, the other 3 need to be able to play any class and for that to feel good. So it cannot step on the toes of anything, which is hard. That's very hard. It also really shouldn't be shockingly weaker than anything either. Those two things fight against each other, and I genuinely think the thing that you are going to have the most issue with if you are using HP as a resource is the balancing there, is the making sure that this thing is not dealing way too much damage, because there is an element of glass cannon versus damage where it's not like a balancing act. Like D&D doesn't work that well. D&D is not designed for you to make something really powerful in one place and really weak in another place to balance it out. That is not how that game D&D is designed. And when you build something around that, it usually ends up being really not good. So I would encourage you to make sure that this is not 100 billion reward, 100 billion risk, and actually just lean into it being a unique mechanic that has some element of consistency. The last part of the pillar, which I'm not hearing immediately from yours, but I cut you off before you had the chance to share, so this is neither here nor there, is it has to be evocative. It has to be the kind of thing where when you describe it to somebody, not only are they excited to play with it mechanically, they are starting to brainstorm characters that fits well for, that it fits better for, it has to start making them think of a character that doesn't work for any other class, but only works for that one. And if you are able to do those 3 things, mechanically unique, balanced well against the other 12 classes, and it makes people that hear about it it inspires them to think of characters, then you're going in a good direction. So I think the idea of doing a hit point based class where it's sacrificing hit points for things can totally work, but the balance is going to be real tricky. And that's going to be probably your biggest hurdle. And I would pay very close attention to not just the martial classes, but the spellcasters, and look at the trends of where the jumps in power are, and also where does this class sit? Is it more of a spellcaster? Is it more of a martial character? What role does it fill? Because it needs to fill a specific role. A great example of a class that is really bad because it doesn't fill a specific role is the Mystic. In 5e, they tried to make a Mystic, and it was good at everything, and it made it so it was just not a class worth playing. And any dungeon master that ever had a Mystic in their campaign will tell you that it wasn't a good class. It just made everyone not have fun. So those are my thoughts. The balance game is going to be hard. I'm not going to be able to give you super in-depth how to balance it, because that's going to really just come down to the nitty-gritty. Suffice to say, making a class is very hard. So you're going to have a lot to think about, but if you are enjoying it, that's all that matters.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, man, no problem. Thank you for the call. That was the Basilisk. Let me grab Shalia. Hello? Hello?
Hello there. Wonderful day.
How do I pronounce your name?
Shalia, anything.
All right, I'll go Shalia. How are you today?
Wonderful. I am great.
I'm picking my nose. What can
That's
I help
fine.
you with today?
I have a rather general question.
Sure.
If you don't mind, I have a campaign as a first-time DM, and I have a couple first-time players, in fact.
Amazing.
There are some more veteran players, mind you. One of them is taking the role of the face character. But I'm having some issues giving the party the idea of resolving combat with other means than just poking things with a metal object.
Mm-hmm.
So I've given them a couple examples of how it could go, but they don't seem to be picking up on it.
Give me an example of an example that you've given.
One
That's
of
a
them
great
was
sentence.
a amethyst dragon.
Uh-huh.
Those are supposedly known for being neutral or kind of the mediator.
Mm-hmm.
And they had the perfectly fine choice of just robbing his lair or kind of just convincing him to protect a village that was plagued by raids.
Mm-hmm.
And they chose the, diplomatic approach, and it worked fine for them.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of just gave them like a very specific reward for it. The village thanked them, gave them a magic item, something that wasn't too powerful. I think it was an amulet of thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I feel like they don't see the immediate utility in resolving things with their charisma, albeit the party
Wait a minute.
consisting
No.
of-
The example you just gave was one where they did, though.
Yeah, sort of, but
that's exactly what it sounds like they did.
The problem I'm seeing is that they are very much leaning towards the combat approach.
Well, they're new players, so that just makes sense. Like, you gotta just new players are that's just the way they think about the game. The other thing that I would say is you can't give players an open-ended puzzle box and expect them to not get violent. That's just going to be what happens. So even in the example you gave, I don't think that was a good example of showing them a way to do a lot of different things, because it's at the end of the day, it sounds like they did do something different, but at the end of the day, it's going into a monster's lair. So what I would do is start building encounters that the winning is not combat related.
Okay.
So instead of having an encounter where some bandits show up and it's like, how are you going to deal with these bandits? It is like, you are trying to get something, and then there's something else that's trying to get something, and how are you navigating that? Are you fighting that thing to stop it? Are you trying to trick it to stop it? Make combat where there's a motive that isn't winning combat. The other thing that I would say is have them encounter situations where literally combat is not a solution. Like, have them meet a warlord who has, 35 soldiers with him, where it's like, you will die if you start a fight here. That's not a solution. Like, it's just not going to work. Like, make it very evident that, like, you're just going to lose this if it's a fight. You need to figure out how to make this something else. And I would also be very, very, very obvious in how you reward them when they do non-combat solutions. Like, you need to train them to think about non-combat solutions equaling bigger reward, because that will make them more eager to think about non-combat solutions. Players, especially new players, are usually not thinking about the game in terms of how do I tell the coolest story. They're usually thinking about the game of how do I get the most stuff? How do I do the most things and get the most things? So if you let them get the most things and do the most things by coming up with some non-combat solution, then that sort of trains them to start looking for that. So even though at the end of the day, they might be doing it for the wrong reasons, they're doing it for the shallow reasons, it is training them to do it, and it does just make them start thinking about it in that way.
Yeah, I suppose that makes sense.
Yeah.
Is there any pointers where I could give them an idea? I know the new player doesn't know that a hobgoblin, for instance, is probably more intelligent than an orc, and it's probably going to be
Have them see it. Have them see it. Have them walking down the road and have them, hear some people talking and look over the shoulder and see a group of hobgoblins trading with a merchant and not fighting it, and you have them oversee these hobgoblins being very respectful, and maybe they roll an insight check and they notice that the hobgoblins are being very fair with their pricing with the merchant, or you know what I mean? Like have them see these, they have to experience something to know that it's there.
Yeah, that makes sense. So not really assuming meta knowledge, but rather just going by example.
Yeah. I don't even assume meta knowledge with players that have been playing for a long time, because every campaign world's a little different, you know?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. But that's what I would do. I would give them examples of these things being solutions, or in combat not being necessarily, and I would overboard a little bit, rewarding not using combat. So for example, let's do the hobgoblin thing. Let's say they're told that there is these monstrous hobgoblins and they need to get paid to steal an egg from them or something. So they go into the woods expecting a fight, and then they bump into some hobgoblins like trading with a merchant, and it being like super chill, and it's like, oh wait a minute, maybe they're not so bad. And then if they try talking to the hobgoblins are like almost in that way where the hobgoblins are like, oh, these woods are really dangerous, can we like escort you where you need to go? And like in like an earnest way. And then like the hobgoblins like invite them to their war camp, and then the hobgoblins like have a really fun like party with them and have them like play games. Like you could have them do combat where they're like sparring, like or doing like feats of strength or stuff. And then, you know, maybe the hobgoblins just give them the thing they need, or give them the thing they need and something else, or like say like, oh, you want this egg because this guy thinks that this egg is what makes the dragons close, but that's actually not true. That's like a secret that we keep. But if you want the thing that the dragons are close, we really liked you guys. That was a lot of fun. Our 2 best scouts are going to go with you to take you deeper into the woods to actually show you the thing that you need. So, you know what I mean? That sort of thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's some good ideas then.
Yeah. Cool.
There you go.
All right.
That's
Thank you
very
very
cool.
much. Yeah, man.
Nice. Yeah,
Cool.
thanks for having me.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for calling.
Have a nice one.
See ya. All right, that was Shalia. Let's get LAG. What's up, LAG? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. LAG. La G. You gotta unmute. Hello.
Hey, hold on. Let me pause the stream.
Yeah.
All right. So I narrowed it down to 2 questions, but the one I really need help with is I have like a middling for my campaign. I'm a new DM, but I have like a middling thing for my campaign, but I don't know if I want them to. I don't want it to be too repetitive, but here, sorry. Okay, here's what I have. I have the beginning. They get to a town. The town gets overrun. They have to track somebody down. They go to another city. Blah blah blah. Stuff happens in the city. And then they have to like go to another continent, like another part of the continent. And the bad guy has like acolytes that are trying to stop them, because in this, the what happened was there was like a botched teleportation spell or something that sent them back in time, and the bad guy knows what happens, and he's trying to kill the players.
Cool.
So I don't want it to. Sorry, go ahead.
So where's your struggle?
I don't want it to be just. If I don't want it to be just they fight the acolytes, and if they win, they find something out about the bad guy, and if the bad guy wins, then it hinders them. I want there to be like something else, something interesting in between, and I don't want it to be like too repetitive. And I don't know if I should just make it.
I got you. Okay, so here's my immediate thought. My immediate thought is, why are they back in time? What made them go to this place in time? Surely there is something happening in the world that has nothing to do with the immediacy of the bad guy and the heroes. Oh, I just spit something out of my mouth. That was weird. Little piece of Brazilian nut. Here you go. Surely there is something in the world that's happening that's interesting, that is important to the people in the world, that has nothing to do with the heroes, that they could end up getting involved with, that is almost secondary to the reason why they came back here or whatever. And maybe I could link into it later, but like, you know, if they're chasing folks and stuff, like, is this a year of an important revolution? Is this the last years of the necromancer or whatever? Like you're gonna if you're doing a time travel game where they've gone somewhere in the past, that basically gives you total freedom to make anything happen here that you want. And sort of like when you're writing a story, when you're writing a story, you sort of want to assume that the character had a whole life before the story and will have a whole rest of their life after.
Right.
But the story takes place whenever you start it. So what that sort of implies is the story, the part of the story that you're telling is the most important part of that character's whole existence. Otherwise, why is the camera not on that part? So the time travel thing should sort of be the same thing. You have a whole universe of time to pick for them to go back to. Take advantage of the fact that you put them here. There should be something in the world that made this the reason. There should be a point of your story that this is where they went. This is why they went here in this time period. And that doesn't even necessarily need to be super related to the plot initially, but it could become related to the plot later. So I would say the way to add intrigue to that is to almost make the cultists and the bad guy almost secondary initially to whatever they get slammed by when they first go to the past. Like, what if when they go to the past, they appear in the middle of a revolution, and they pick a side to fight for, and then, oops, we accidentally became the heroes of this revolution, and now a bunch of people want to talk to us, and it's like, this is not what we wanted. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, we saved this town from this ogre. Oh, now the ogres are hunting us. Now we're, like, changing the geopolitics of this world a little bit. That's what I would do. I would think about it like that. You want the main arc to be a part of it and a consistent part of it, but you want it to be flavored with the time travel. Otherwise, why do you time travel?
Right. You know, I didn't think about it like that. What I had was the bad guy for like the end game was a part of the team, and they sort of like treated him badly.
Yeah.
And so he botched like the teleportation circle type something.
So
they got sent back to the beginning.
Okay, so so here's what you do. He botched this, so nobody is here intentionally. There is something. It doesn't need to be alive. It could be a force. It could be magic. It could be the weave. It could be some god. But something put them here with intention.
Right.
Maybe the teleportation spell messed up, and it pulled them to a moment in history where there's a congruence of magic, where wayward things are all being drawn. So maybe they're not the only things that are getting sucked to this time. And maybe the time that they got sucked to is one where there is the opportunity for an individual to like rise to godhood or something. Right. And they are realizing that they are sort of now playing a part of history, and it might not be the way that they thought it was. Like, what if it's like, oh, we are in the year that the goddess of magic died and a new god rose up, and that was the first time that a mortal ascended to godhood. Magic is dying. Like, how long do we have till magic dies? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can make it tie in that way too. And I think that if the bad guy was on their team and also doesn't know what's going on, then it becomes almost a race, because it's like the bad guy is a few steps ahead of them, and then they can realize, oh, wait a minute. Are they going to be the one that ascends to godhood? That would be fucked. And then, you know what I mean? Like lean into that direction. So don't just necessarily think about the way. Think about what's happening in the history separate from your characters or the villain, and then think about how the villain could try to win that and take it over, and then how the players could sort of notice it. But all of that should be happening as they are uncovering the mystery of where they are, when they are, and figure out like why, like what pulled them here, and then like what is happening in the world. I do think the best way to start this is to immediately entrench them into something where they accidentally become important to a group of people, which is either like they save a town and then it becomes like a political organization now really likes them or wants to work with them, or they save a town and whoever they stop really starts to hate them or wants to try to kill them. Like immediately they are dealing, because otherwise they're going to be too laser pointed, and you want to make them sort of get to know the world at that time period before they jump immediately into the chasing the guy plot. There's a great book called Night Watch The Night Watch by Terry Pratchett, excuse me. And it's a Discworld book, and it is about the police chief of a city in this fantasy world, and he basically gets teleported back in time to a period of time before the city had a city watch, and he and a serial killer both get teleported back in time. And the plot is basically him trying to successfully build a city watch and stop this serial killer, while the serial killer is basically doing the opposite, starting to build criminal organizations. And they're sort of racing each other to stop each other. You might want to check it out. It's a good book. But I would go in that direction.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, man. Interesting question.
I have one more question.
All right, if it's not quick, I'm gonna. Yeah, ask it. Ask. We'll see how quick it is.
Oh, it's a homebrew thing. I have one of the characters. They're gonna get like a Valkyrie type thing. It's just gonna be like a shield and a spear.
Mhm.
But would it be too much to give them like wings? With the wings, they can fly and they can like dive bomb, like a AOE thing. But would that be too much?
Is this a monster?
It's like magic items for the characters later in the game.
Yeah. Okay, so here's what I would do. I don't think it's too much to give a creature a fly speed. It's fine. You just don't want to do it super early. But even if it is, it's not the worst. I would make the dive bomb require them to be a certain height before they dive. Like you have to, like almost like a charge mechanic, where it's like you have to go straight down 20 feet or more to activate it. And I would probably just make it eat up something in the action economy. So it's like, as an action, you can immediately dive 40 feet down, and every creature around you has to make a dex save or takes this much damage. But you can only do it if you can actually do that distance, and then you can make it stronger or less strong by making it require a resource. So like if it's not that strong, then it could just be a thing that they can just do as an action. If you want it to be like a little, they become like a comet and they slam and there's like a proper little explosion, maybe knockback or whatever. Then put it on a charge. So give it like a couple charges a day, and have them recharge on a long rest. But that sounds cool. I love the idea of a magic item that lets you dive bomb. That's cool.
Okay.
I would want that item.
Oh, thank you. It's called the Braces of the Valkyrie General.
Cool. Hell yeah, that sounds sick. Cool. Word, man. All right, thank you very much for the questions.
Thank you for having me.
All right, see ya. That was LAG. I can't pronounce this next name because it is all in Russian, and I don't speak Russian characters. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Hello, welcome. Your name is not... Hello?
Hello.
Hey,
Sorry.
how's it going?
Scared me. I'm a little behind on the stream, so
No, that's okay. That's always how it goes. I'm a star
yeah.
goer.
Hello.
Welcome to the show. What should I call you?
Snovidinia. Snovi works.
Snovidinia. Snovidinia.
Yes. It's a dream in Ukrainian.
Snovidinia.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that. That's a nice sounding name. I was gonna say Chob something because I'm a
Chob.
Snovidinia,
Yeah, no.
how can I help you?
I've been stewing on an idea for a little while of this is fairly open question.
Sure.
But I've been stewing on the idea of trying to run a homebrew game in a like pre-existing world outside of the D&D Pathfinder canon stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly in Hollow Knight is what I've been thinking of doing because
Cool.
that's a universe that I like and I'm decently familiar with.
That's the most important thing. If you like it,
Right.
is number one. Being familiar with it just makes it easier. But that's the best way to decide what to incorporate.
Totally. But I was just wondering, like, I'm also fairly new, so I'm not. I'm fairly new to DMing still, so there's a lot that I'm figuring out with doing that. But I'm wondering if you have just like any particular tips for creating something like that or running something like that.
I would say this is what I would say. I would say. And you're trying to use a lot of homebrew, or you're just trying to figure out how to just make it work?
I'm still kind of gauging how much I'd want to homebrew. I know I'd at least want to do like a couple simple races because Hollow Knight is so unique in like what characters are in it, because everybody's a bug. Everybody's like anthropomorphized
yeah,
bugs.
So this is what I would do. I would encourage you to do this is going to sound so not the right move, but hear me out. I would encourage you to have the initial homebrew not be super player related. Maybe do races, but I wouldn't do classes. I wouldn't do subclasses. And I would work with your players to figure out how to reflavor class race combinations to accomplish the feeling of those different Hollow Knight characters. And then where I would push yourself to do the homebrew is the monsters and the magic items. Because monsters, especially monsters, they're not the easiest to homebrew to write, but you can adjust them kind of on the fly, and you don't need to even fully write them to use them. As soon as you give a player an option, that player has that option until you talk to them about changing it. And that is not always a fun or easy conversation. And so I would just I would encourage you to try to get your players excited about figuring out how to make the characters they want out of the options that are available before you push to do too much homebrew, and then do that homebrew for monsters, but then also for like cool things that they could get, like potions or magic items, so that it's still in there. But if you like making up homebrew, then also just try it. The thing is, the best way to bring homebrew into a game is to make sure your players understand that you guys are willing to work together to balance it, because it is not the players versus the dungeon master. You are on the same team, and if one player ends up being way more powerful than the others, it's just not fun. So that's got to be a little toned back. And the same thing is the other. If one player is way weaker than the others, that's not really fun. So if you can get your players into and / comfortable with the idea of potentially making adjustments on the fly, either up or down with homebrew, then it's much easier to put homebrew in without worrying about it too much.
Right.
But I would lean into monsters, and I would lean into encouraging the players to try to figure out and working with them, make it like almost like a game. Like, all right, guys, what do you want to be from Hollow Knight? And be like, okay, let's think about what race features and what class features, and don't look at any of the flavor, just the mechanics. So like, the bugbear doesn't need to be a giant furry guy, but it could represent something that's got really long arms and is really stealthy. That could be a lot of things, right? The half-orc doesn't need to be a big, brutish monster, man. It could just be something that is super durable. You can describe the ability for it to come back from 0 as it's hard to keep down. It doesn't need to necessarily be an orc and everything that comes with the idea of an orc. You can really, really get away with a lot with reflavoring.
Right.
And the reason why I'm encouraging that is not because I don't think you should homebrew, because homebrewing is a lot of fun, but especially if you're a new dungeon master, the more homebrew you incorporate, the more you kind of have to have your like feelers up for things potentially being either too weak or too strong. And it's just a little bit
You're
more
giving
work on
yourself
your
more
end.
to keep track of.
Yeah. Those are my thoughts. I don't have anything specific for Hollow Knight because I don't actually know anything about Hollow Knight.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I do appreciate that though.
Yeah, man.
Like what I'm understanding is essentially keep it for when I'm homebrewing, keep it to stuff I'm working on, like stuff I can control, because that's more malleable for what I'm working with.
Yes.
Like I can change that as much as I feel like, and when I give the player something, that's a solid option that they have until we decide to change it.
Yeah, and I would encourage you to very much try to be on their side with it. Like you don't want to weaken. You don't want to take too much power. It never feels fun to have power taken away from you as a player. So that's like part of my hesitation there. But the other thing that I would say is like if you have ideas for homebrew races, try them. Don't feel like you can't do that. Just keep in mind that. Just talk to your players about it. Be like, guys, I'm still new to this. I really want to make this what you want it to be. Like our buddy Hannah that was just on, which is a great example of that. She homebrewed a whole panda race on the fly because she wanted this new player to feel welcome and for their character to be one that they were excited by. If you know your players better than anyone. If your players are going to be really excited by some homebrew bug races, then maybe it is better in the long run to do that homebrew. and to not, you know, and to just try it out. Whatever's going to lead to your players getting the most excited and you having the most fun, those two things together equals the solution. Because also, the more excited your players are, the easier time you're going to have.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. All right, buddy.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, man. Have a good one.
You too.
Goodbye. Oh, Crunchy Zombie's coming back. Hey, Crunchy Zombie, what's up?
Hey, so I've also been stewing on a campaign idea where basically magic is blowing up out of control.
Cool.
Mechanically, all the PCs would level up every single session to level 20. Do you have any ideas on why this would be happening? Or it's just this idea that I've been stewing on for a while. Just wanted to hear your thoughts.
Say it again.
Where magic is blowing up out of control, and mechanically all of the PCs would be leveling up every single session. Until they hit level 20.
I think that could be a lot of fun. I mean, it's just gonna be a crazy pace.
Oh yeah, no, and I wanted to give that feel of like, holy fuck.
Yeah, I think that could be a lot of fun. The only thing that I will say is that you should make sure that your players are very interested in doing homework. Because a level 7 character is only a strong thing if the player understands all of their features. So if they're getting new features, new spells, new abilities every session, if 10 sessions in, they don't really understand or remember their 5th level features or their 6th level features, then they're going to be playing weaker than their level is, if that makes sense. So, like, you might want to account for that a little bit. The other thing that I will say is it's going to make it, parts of the game are going to be really slow if they're not doing their homework. I don't know if you've ever run a high-level campaign.
I have not. That's kind of why I wanted to try it.
So in a high level, I've run one campaign that got to level 14, and even taking a long time to get to level 14, everybody takes like 3 times as long to take their turn. They're looking stuff up. They're forgetting they have features, and if you do a one shot that's high level, it's that times a million. So you just gotta keep your head in that space of like. They are going to be, there's going to be moments of slow as they, like part of the game is learning the features over a couple sessions, especially if they're like a spellcaster or something. ttrpg, Toria, get out of here. You're wonderful. Yeah, we'll definitely chat. Hit me up. Whatever we're mutuals on, just send me a message or I'll send you a message. But yeah, that's what I would say. I would say the most important thing here is making sure that you are accounting for your players potentially not being as familiar with their strength as they get more, and potentially needing a little bit extra space time, or just that being a thing that might happen is they might take up extra space time to like remind themselves the features that they have. But having a quick ramp up campaign can be a lot of fun.
Do you have any suggestions on for like narratively how that would operate? Like, I want the players to do something. I mean, obviously, magic is going out of control.
Well, if you make it so it's based off of the players doing something, then I think you also need to be very comfortable with it not happening every session. Because what if they don't do that thing?
Well, I was more thinking like everything in the world is also leveling up at the same time.
So then it's not the players doing something; it's just happening.
Yeah, but
so
I also
that's what I mean. Like if it's not based,
have agency.
Well, then you need to you can't do both. Those are two rapidly different things, right? Like either the players are doing something that makes this happen or they're not. And if they're doing something that makes this happen, then it's not going to happen every session. It's going to happen when they do it. And if you force it to happen every session, you might be sort of railroading. And if it's something that's just happening in the world, then they have infinite agency in how they're engaging with the world, but that thing is just happening, you know? You can't really do both.
Right.
Or at least I'm not sure how I would do both.
Okay. I'll definitely need to stew on it a little bit more.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a fun idea, though. I like it a lot.
Appreciate it. Love you.
Yep. Oh, fuck. All right, they got out of here quick. All right, let's pull in name. I said let's pull in name. There he is. Hey, name.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I am good. I was going to ask how you feel to be back.
Oh, it feels good, man. I was traveling for a while, and I miss streaming. I miss it when I'm not doing it for a while. It's very therapeutic. It feels like I'm working. Sometimes I make money when it happens, but also it's just like it's community time.
Right. I got you.
So yeah, it's nice to be back. It's nice to be back.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I'm good. I'm gonna get out of here.
That was all you had? All right, cool. Yeah, it's good to be back. I missed you guys. Yeah, so I made a bunch of shorts on the bus because I was going crazy because I couldn't make content. So I guess I like making content, or I'm addicted to making content. One of the two. I don't know which. All right, let me get Glad. You missed me too? That's very sweet. Hi, Glad. What's up?
Hello.
Welcome to the show. How can I help you on this fine eve?
I have a player question as opposed to a dungeon master question.
Sure, let's hear it.
So I am in a campaign where I think there are 6 of us, and we're all level 5 at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And we were presented with a situation that was complex, but not as complex as we made it.
Mm-hmm.
And we kind of got into this rhythm of making a plan, rejecting the plan, making a plan, rejecting the plan for 2 hours.
Okay.
And it made me want to blow my brains out. So...
and you were the player here, huh?
Yeah.
What was the Dungeon Master doing while this was happening?
He was mostly silent.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Were you the only one that was struggling, or was everyone struggling?
I was the only one who voiced struggle.
Mm-hmm.
I think about 45 minutes into the ridiculous planning session, I was like, "Hey guys, this is taking forever, and I'm getting a little frustrated."
Did people respond? Like, did it seem like anyone was on the same page when you said that, or were you alone?
They sort of, but it felt like I was more alone. So
that is so hard as a player, man.
Yeah. And like after that point, I was just kind of quiet too, because like they just kept this circular argument of, "Oh, what if we sneak into the fort this way? Oh no, that won't work because they'll do this," and then it was just that back and forth, back and forth.
And you're trying to figure out how to navigate. Oh, sorry, you ask your question.
Yeah, my question was like basically like you were about to say. I think like how do I navigate that as a player to not be like, "Hey guys, you're all idiots. We should just get this done," or stuff like that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, first of all, thank you very much, Philip, for the 10. That's very kind. You're very generous. Okay, to answer that question, first of all, I just want to say I genuinely commiserate with that, because my first thought was that I genuinely feel like the Dungeon Master wasn't doing their job. That's what I actually think was happening. And I think that as a player, you have a certain amount of power to speak up for yourself and to advocate for yourself. But there also comes a certain amount of community awareness that is required. And I think that you giving people 40 as a player, if you were bored 10 minutes in and you waited till there were 45 minutes in to make a decision, that was very generous of you. Just so you know, before we say anything else, you should know that you were being generous by waiting 45 minutes. So a pat on the back to you. That is a level of patience that I do not have as a player. The other thing that I'm going to say is I think it's okay to either in character or out of character force a choice at a certain point. The in character way to do it is to be like, "Guys, we've been talking for 25 minutes. This is not the thing. We got to do something. Like, let's figure it out. Like I'm done talking about this. Ragnar needs to smash. We've not been like I wait long time." And it's like, if you've been reading a reasonable amount of time, that's fine. You can do that. But as a player, you could also just be like, "Guys, we are talking in circles. There is not an optimal choice here. I am no longer having fun. Like, let's stop this. This is not fun for me. And if the players are like, we're having fun, then you could be like, well, then I don't know what to tell you. Let's have this conversation for 5 more minutes. But as a player, like, I feel like I just want to get off the call. Like, you have to just be honest. Like, you have to just be like, this is not enjoyable for me as a human. And the other thing, if you're not comfortable saying that, which is totally reasonable, is DM that or text that to your dungeon master. Just be like, yo, this is taking too, like, I'm losing brain cells. Like, I feel like I just want to go to bed. Like, can you please push things along? Sometimes you need to ask the dungeon master for help in that way, and I feel like it is the dungeon master's job to be open to hearing that. But that's what I would say, because I would feel very similarly to you. I would lose my fucking mind. And I think that it's different depending on the comfort level of the group, but genuinely, 45 minutes is a long time to be talking about a plan. Like, that is patient. If you interrupted and said, hey guys, I'm bored 5 minutes in, even 10 minutes in, I'd be like, give them a little bit more time. But 45 minutes is enough.
Yeah, like we usually play for like 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
And the game was, we got a quest, bought supplies, went to the place, and then the rest of the session was trying to figure out how to attack this encounter.
I would email your dungeon master, or however you talk to him. I would reach out to your dungeon master and be like, I really struggled with that, and when I spoke up, I was hoping that you would like help, and I kind of felt alone, and I that's not fun for me. If we're gonna be doing 3-hour planning sessions, I would rather like join when you're done the planning, because it's like this is not the move. I don't know. I don't know how comfortable you are with the dungeon master, but I would ask them for help. I would be like, I wouldn't say this upset with them. I would be very honest. I would say, when I said that was me kind of like asking for help to move things along, and I felt like it was just not heard, and then we went in circles for another hour and a half. Can you please make sure that doesn't happen again? Or like, can you talk to the players about that? Or can we talk to the players about that? Because that would drive me up the wall.
That was insightful. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry you had to go through that. That's really hard. It is so painful to be a player when you feel like you are asking for something and the dungeon master and the other players don't notice. That is really hard.
Yeah, and the dungeon master for this particular game is a player in the game I run, so there's a weird kind of dichotomy where.
Well, then they should be more cognizant, man.
Yeah, but I mean, I have this group of like 12-ish people, and we have 3 different games going, and there's like 4 or 5 of us in each game. And I'm the dungeon master for one, he's the dungeon master for another one, and then someone else dungeon masters the third. So we all kind of are aware of how each of us DM and what we expect as players, and I feel like he just really dropped the ball on that one.
Yeah, it's okay. Listen, we all make mistakes. The way to have that conversation positively is not to be like, you fucked up, because you don't want them to get defensive. What you want to do is like, I was having a little bit of a hard time. If you could do this in the future, it would make me have a less hard time. Like, make it about your feelings and not about their fuck up.
Okay.
That's generally a good like conflict resolution thing in general. Is talk about your. That's when, like in school, it's always like, use I words. That's the whole point of that. It's like, it's not like you did this and you did this and you did this. It's, I feel this. I need your help with this. And that is a lot easier for people to listen to.
All right.
All right, cool. Thank you very much.
That's all I had.
Yeah, man. Thank you. All right, see ya. Click. That was a hang up on Glad. Glad knows me too well. They could have probably got in I love you in if I didn't hang up on them. All right, guys, we have 3 more calls. We have Osvaldo, we have Carlos, and we have Bildo, and we are ending it there. Bildo is the final call. So if anybody else pops in, sorry. But let me grab Osvaldo. And then let's see what's up with Osvaldo. Osvaldo, hello.
Hello, man.
How are you?
I am in an interesting situation, but that isn't to be discussed. We are here to discuss D&D, and I shall discuss D&D. Mainly the question revolves around, I've recently had a concept which I am already expanding upon. It plays off the idea I'm going to start a campaign where I flip the normal of it. instead of it, this is I'm mainly discussing this because I want your opinions on because I have several different ideas of how I could work things mechanically. Where instead of it being I like give them they are like using the playable races, they would choose say a monster to play as with a maximum CR rating.
So this is what I would do. I think that's a great idea. Playing as the monsters is a lot of fun. I would not have them start with a monster stat block unless you're doing a one-shot. If you're doing a campaign, monster stat blocks are so unbalanced against each other, it would be such a fucking headache to make that work. And they're certainly not balanced to have class levels on top of that. There is a compendium of monstrous rate. So there is something on the DM's Guild or TTRPG or one of those websites where they sell compendiums. I think it's DM's Guild, which basically is somebody translated pretty much every monster in the monster manual into a playable race, and it also includes rules for like tiny ones and big ones. I would look that up and use that, or look up some alternative version of that. But I would strongly advise against having them start as genuine monster stat blocks because they are so unbalanced. Like
I would completely.
So that's what I would do. I would look for that, something like that. But I think it's a great idea.
Yeah. Main thing, like I was just because the fact that as much as like if I'm making the setting out to be like really serious, like the way it's still I want it to be a more lighthearted campaign where like the two ends balance it out, where like the actions of the players or how some things are portrayed to them.
Well, you can be serious in a way that's sort of silly, right? You can be like, like obnoxiously serious, like, "Oh, hello, look down upon you, peasants." Like that's a serious guy, but he sounds like a dingus. The other thing is that's a lot of that's going to be kind of up to the players. Like the seriousness and the silliness of the campaign, I feel like comes down to how the players interact with the world more than the world you present. But make silly NPCs in a serious world, I think fits really well.
Yeah, one last thing was I was messing around with different concepts. One of the main things that made me go towards the idea of using having them be monsters rather than the normal playable races of 5e is that I had looked at the sidekick rules and thought them very fascinating. Originally, I was planning to do where like they use sidekicks, I give them some unique features like as with their monster of choice. Like say they go with something more draconic, I give them a unique type of breath weapon that we like collaborate to make that scales up. So it's not like the Dragonborn.
Yeah, I mean that could work. I'll say my feedback is exactly the same that I gave to the buddy who was looking about Hollow Knight. The more homebrew you put in, the more balancing you're gonna have to do. So that's sort of it's just a question of how much you want to do that. If you really like that, then go for it. But if you don't want to have to do that, then don't. That's what I would say. The more you start incorporating alternative things, the more unique the game can become, which is really positive, but also the more unique the features and abilities can become, which makes it harder to balance.
Yeah.
But that's what I would say. But I'm a big fan of playing as the monsters, and I think that there's plenty of, I mean, you could even go on like any of like the like Unearthed Arcana subreddit. There's plenty of like people making monstrous races. You could even just like find a bunch that you think are cool and give the players options to pick those. Like you got a lot of options.
Plenty of options.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
And let's see.
No. I'm politely hanging up on you now. You asked 3 questions.
All right. Well, farewell, handsome man.
All right. See you, buddy. That was Osvaldo. Trying to get more questions in. I already gave him extra questions. Good guy. Yeah, man, a monster game is such a fun idea. I love a monster game. Carlos, come on in. Carlos, you have to unmute. Oh, or you can leave. Let me pull you back in. Carlos.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh, my bad. I had to, I was watching a stream.
That's totally fine. What's up? How can I help you?
So, I got 2 questions. One, how would you flavor Wild Magic Barbarian?
It depended on the campaign I was playing in. I feel like if I was going to go Wild Magic Barbarian, I probably would have either them encounter something that made their magical, like they like ate a pixie or something, or I would have them have some magic as a part of them, like maybe their great grandmother, was an Archfey or something, and it's the way the gene is being exposed. But I would almost treat it similar to the way that I'd build a sorcerer, where it's like either through family heritage or unusual encounter they become magical. Maybe a deal with a Fae, something like that.
Gotcha. My character's got a bonded companion. It's part of the campaign.
That's fun.
Oh, yeah. What?
Nothing. You got a second question for me though, bud?
I do. Yes.
Shoot.
So, in campaign, there was 7 people in it, but and we all have bonded companions.
Mm-hmm.
So the turn economy is nuts.
Yeah.
It's
yeah, you have double action economy. I got you. So what's the question?
How would you deal with that? One time I was just sitting there just
Are you the dungeon master or a player?
I'm a player.
Then who cares? Make the dungeon master deal with it.
I mean, well, as the player, I'm just sitting there oh, dang. I'm just gonna wait for a half an hour because I missed a turn. I messed up my turn. Now I'm just gonna wait an hour for my next turn.
Oh, I see. So here's what I would do. So I misunderstood the problem. I'm sorry. So if you have, so here's honest feedback. If you have 7 players, and they should not have bonded companions that are a part of the action economy. That's just too much. That's gonna 7 players with each player just getting a turn is almost too much. So this is what I would do. If I was your dungeon master, I would make so the companions were a part of the game, but they were not a part of combat, at all. Or I would basically be there is a minute. You have a minute to take your turn. That includes you and your companion. If you don't do anything you don't do in that minute, doesn't happen. And you maybe have something somewhere written very clearly so players can see how far away their turn is, so they can prepare. But if you don't you need a time. Once you have a certain number of players, you either need to decide it's going to be an hour between my turn, or you are doing a timer on turns, and there's very little in between space. So I would either do a timer where there's a hard stop, where it's if that timer goes off and you didn't take your whole turn, you don't take any. Your turn is over, and we move on. Or in addition to that, I probably would just remove the companions from the action economy. I wouldn't do it. Everybody has a companion that has a turn that does things, unless I had 2 or 3 players. If I had more than 3 players, I wouldn't do that.
How would I bring that up to the dungeon master without being rude?
I think what you say to the dungeon master is, hey, I noticed that combat takes a really long time. First of all, don't do this in the game. Send them a message separately where it's non-high emotions. You want to talk to them when your emotions are low and their emotions are low. And be like, hey, man, I wanted to talk to you. I'm having a lot of fun in your game, but I kind of am struggling with combat. There's 7 of us, and each of us basically get 2 turns. So it's to get my turn, I'm waiting a half hour to 45 minutes between turns. I was wondering if we could incorporate some sort of rules or systems to try to speed that up a little bit. And then you could offer some up. You could be we could try doing a timer, or maybe you just letting people know who are on deck so they can get ready. And just be honest, say I love playing your game. I think your world is amazing. I love this story that we're a part of. I want to love combat in the way that I love everything else, but right now it's hard because combat feels like I'm waiting because of how the action economy is working. Go at it from that angle, and that way they won't feel attacked. It'll genuinely feel sort of like what I said to other people. It's you want to come from the angle of, I like playing with you and I need your help. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And a big part of that is not bringing it up at the table, and not bringing it up in a moment of you being annoyed. Bring it up when you are calm and chill, and they are calm and chill, and you're just shooting the shit and be like, hey, I've been meaning to talk to you about something. I'm loving this game. There's just one thing that I'm kind of struggling with, and I was hoping we could try to figure it out. That's how I would enter into it. That feedback, I don't know what you do in your life. I don't know anything about you other than the fact that was a very nice question, and I hope you ask me more questions in the future. But that advice is also applicable for when you're working with people in a job, when you're working with when you have a teacher, when you have students, if you have other friends, like that's a really good way to go about addressing problem solving in general. If you have something you need to talk to someone about and it's a little bit sensitive, is trying to make that person as non-defensive as possible, which is basically like you don't come in with your sword up. If you have your sword up when you walk into the conversation, that makes somebody else put their sword up, you know?
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah, man.
That is so helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. That was a great question.
Yep.
All right, see ya. Guys, all right, last one. It is Bildo. What's up, Bildo?
I'm Bildo.
Hey, you are.
How's it going?
It's going very well. How are you doing today?
Doing good. Weirdly, I have a day off and it feels strange.
Nice.
Yeah. Usually my day off is days that I only run one game, so it feels weird.
Oh, well, I'm glad I was able to, I'm glad we're
Entertain.
able to, yeah, I'm glad we're able to hang.
Appreciate it. Have you seen Crown of Candy, Dimension 20?
No.
Okay, well then screw that question. I have riddles that I'm writing for the Feywild.
Mhm.
A small, we'll say troll goblin, is approaching the characters with riddles, and I want to make sure that they are complex and strange, but also easy enough to figure out. I figured you'd be a great test demographic.
Yeah, sure. I'm not smart, but I'm not dumb, so that's perfect.
That's what I figured. Perfect, right? So, troll goblin comes up out of the woods.
A word, but a whisper on the wind. Forward I am heavy, but backwards I am not. What am I?
Forward I am heavy, backwards I am not. A whisper on the wind.
A whisper on the wind, but a word.
Is it like... I have no idea. Chat, what do you think? What is this? A whisper on the wind, but a word.
Forward I am heavy.
Forward I am
but
heavy.
Backwards I am not.
But backwards I am not. If I was players, I might be able to think about it, but I'm one person.
Yeah, for sure.
Give me
It's
a
like
clue.
a group of people.
Give me a clue.
So
is it a ton?
It's a ton.
There you go.
It is, because it's a unit of measurement forward.
And backwards I am not.
Backwards I am not.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like
good.
that one.
Yeah, I like that one too. Give me another.
I am always hungry and will die if not fed, but whatever I touch will soon turn red.
It's fire.
Well, you.
That one's easy.
Well, that was supposed to be easy.
All right, give me another.
Let me see. I have a different list.
Give me one more. Give me one more. So pick thoughtfully. Pick whichever one you want to do for the last one. It could be super challenging, whatever. I like these a lot, by the way. These are fun.
Appreciate that.
I'm so bad at writing riddles, so I have a lot of admiration for anyone that does.
No, I spend a lot of time writing them because, yeah, I suck at it.
One of my biggest weaknesses as a dungeon master is riddles and I'm not good at making up puzzles. I'm not good at making riddles, and I don't use a lot of like props. So anything that is like a little bit like, here, look at this picture and put these things together. I'm not good at those, so I appreciate them. You have a final riddle?
Yeah.
All right, let's hear it.
I fly without wings and cry without eyes. Wherever I go, the darkness it flies.
I fly without wings. I cry without eyes. Wherever I go, the darkness it flies. Okay. Clouds. That's smart. That's really
cloud.
smart. Yeah,
Yep.
I didn't get that chat, dude. That's really good. That's really good, dude. That's good.
Yeah, and they're meant to be Fae themed, so I'm pretty excited about it.
Cool. All right, thank you for sharing, man.
Yeah, no worries. Appreciate you having me. Have a good one.
Oh, that was so much fun. That was a perfect final call. Thank you for that.
Yep. Have a good night.
You too. Oh man, guys. Whew. So we are gonna be ending nowish. But before we go, tomorrow night we will be back for another Homebrew review stream. It's been a while since we had one. It'll be at 7 p.m. I think. If you are a YouTube member or a patron, then you can submit a piece if you haven't already. We are using the same form that we used last week because I was sick last week. So if you submitted a piece last week, you already submitted for this one. But if you decide you want to become one of my patrons or become a YouTube member, or if you are and you just haven't submitted and forgot, check the Patreon, check the YouTube member tab, and you can submit a piece there. Man, I had so much fun this stream. Oh, I'm so glad that Hannah was able to come on, and I'm so glad she had fun. Oh, it was such a good time. If I can figure out how to actually make friends while doing this, that would make things so much better. That would make things so much better. I'm not that things are bad, but my God, would it make things better. It's very fun being a content creator, and it's very fun trying to be a content creator. You do a lot of failing, you do a lot of succeeding. But everything is just guesswork, right? Every single part of it is just making stuff up as you go and seeing what happens and hoping that people are interested. And a lot of it you're kind of doing by yourself. And I do think that we have a little community here. So like I have people in this community that like I like my mods or whatever. Like, oh, by the way, people, there was a whole mod application thing like 2 weeks ago. I'm going to be reaching out to people soon. I'm sorry. I haven't forgotten about you. You're going to be getting messages. But we're going to be taking on some new mods. But like, it's nice to be able to talk to other people that are trying to do the same kind of stuff that I'm doing. Both in terms of like, you know, work together. It's easier to put on shows when you got each other's energy, but also like, you know, to learn from each other and to make it feel like we're not building in a void. I'm very used to the void where I come from. So it's nice to go other places. It's nice to not be in it when I'm doing content creation stuff, you know? But yeah, guys, thank you so much, for being here. This was a great stream. You guys have a great night. And I will be back tomorrow night. We'll be back at 7 p.m. tomorrow night. Don't be strangers. And have a good one. And I love you. And goodbye.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry and we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.